This is the November 19th, 2013 session of the National Capital Planning Commission. For all in attendance, I would note that today's meeting is being live streamed on the NCPC website. We do have a quorum, so I'd like to call the meeting to order. We will proceed with the agenda as has been public noticed. There's only one item on the agenda today, and that's the Hyde Act Master Plan for Washington, D.C. As a prelude, what I would suggest to the commission that we do, since this is our one item on the agenda, is that we hold off on public comment until we have our full discussion. If there are any amendments to the EDR or anything like that, let's do all of that business first, so that when the public comments, they have kind of the full, the whole enchilada in front of them, and they're commenting on that which is likely in the final form before we vote. I think that would be fair to the public. So with that, we have, let me just say also, this is, today is somewhat culminated in a long process. Representative Darrell Issa, who chairs the DC Committee jurisdiction for, chairs the House Committee with jurisdiction for the District of Columbia, asked the National Capital Planning Commission and the District of Columbia government to undertake this review of the Hyde Act. It's a 100-year-old law, and we ought to take a look at it to see if there are any changes that would be prudent in today's times, and to which NCPC and the District of Columbia could agree. Mayor Gray and I and those with whom we work have had a very collegial, sometimes intense discussion along the way. There's been a great deal of public discussion. The District of Columbia, the Office of Planning, has hosted quite a number of public meetings. I think between the District of Columbia and NCPC collaboratively, we have hosted something like a dozen public meetings over the course of the year, going out to all the neighborhoods, every neighborhood in the district. And our staffs have worked very closely together to conduct this study, as Representative Issa asked us. So today we have an executive director's recommendation before us, and that is the subject of our meeting here. And the vote that is before us is really to authorize NCPC to submit a report to Congress based on the recommendations. That's the vote, to send a report to Congress. So no matter what the EDR says. So with that, Lucy Kemp is the senior planner at National Capital Planning Commission, who has been doing yeoman's work for many, many months, and she is here to present the executive director's recommendation.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. Just to echo, we're here to ask for authorization to release our final recommendations and report to the U.S. House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. I want to thank each of you for your thoughtful guidance and leadership over the last few months and year throughout this project. We've been very grateful from NCPC staff perspective. And we also thank the District Office of Planning for their partnership in this effort. They produced a number of interesting studies as part of the Hyde work, particularly the modeling work, which got so much public attention. So thank you. Before we dig into the details of the study itself, let's step back and think about sort of the big picture issues that we heard and considered through this work. First, we wanted to understand throughout this discussion what it is that makes our Hyde building special and integral to the form and character of the nation's capital. And we do have an iconic, purpose-built national capital. Here, our civic institutions and symbolic places feature prominently with the city's form. And the Hyde Act really has a fundamental role in shaping this character. It is much more than a fire safety measure. We are affirming here with these recommendations that this law contributes to a unique and special experience for not only district residents, but the millions of visitors, Americans and international alike, who come here each year. And so we believe that this law must continue to play an important role in the form and character of this city. So again, looking quite broadly, another dimension of this Heights work is the aspirations and views of a vibrant and growing district. More than 100 neighborhoods, 630,000 residents, and growing. Washington shares goals that all cities share for economic development, transportation, housing, etc., and community life. And if we look at the district's report associated with Heights, there is a lot of data and information in there related to capacity in the Height Act, growth forecast, population forecast, but the overarching theme, in my view, is how we as a planning community want to confront change and accommodate growth in the long term. We share the district's vision for a vibrant city and a strong city. And the federal government must also engage in questions of long-term growth, just like the district, and we're doing that through GSA's leadership, for example, in the mobility workshop, the work we're doing right now with infrastructure. So both district and federal governments must actively participate in this conversation. So what emerges, again, sort of keeping broadly here, are a series of important issues related to urban design, transportation, security, infrastructure, neighborhood character, all sort of circling around this discussion of Heights. This is part of what made this project so interesting, but also challenging. And for us, as a planning community, the fundamental question is, by what process is it appropriate to work through these questions of long-term growth and change? As a planning community, what work do we need to do together to think through these topics? The question of building Heights within this context of the city's overall strategy to accommodate future growth requires a long-range planning vision. And the good thing is that's part of the heritage of this capital city. We are one of the world's greatest planned capital cities. We can do this through long-range planning work. Okay, so that in sort of a nutshell is the overall context, I think, for this discussion. In terms of the commission presentation today, we're going to do a quick overview of the Joint Height Master Plan study. I know you've all seen it, but bear with me. I think it's important to lay out the benchmarks where we've been and where we're going. We are sort of looking at this question from a federal perspective or lens. So we'll quickly run through the federal interests that we identified during the preliminary recommendations phase. And then finally, we'll work through the final recommendations. Okay, so this is my last time. Had to do it. The current Height Act, before we go any further, it does apply citywide. The residential streets and commercial streets are treated differently. They're on the residential streets, it's the width of the street with a maximum height of 90. Commercial streets get a bit more, plus 20 and a maximum of 130. Pennsylvania Avenue is specifically called out in the act, and it can go up to 160 along a particular segment there. Okay, now we'll talk about the joint, the study overview. So first, as the chairman mentioned, we did have a request from Chairman Darrell Ised, and in the letter that he sent to us asking for this study, it included two really important, I think, benchmarks for us to think about as we conducted this work. First, the exploration of strategic changes to the law in those areas outside the LaFont City that support local economic development goals, while taking into account protection of federal interests, input from local residents, and other related factors. So this was a really important piece of guidance as we thought through the questions for this study. And second, the character of Washington's historic LaFont City, particularly the monumental core, which establishes the city's iconic image as our nation's capital. These should be really carefully studied. Be very careful and mindful of the LaFont City, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go through the presentation. So in response to this guidance, we worked together along the lines of three core principles. First, to ensure the prominence of federal landmarks and monuments by preserving views to and from their settings. This is something that we've heard from district residents, from lots of folks, federal agencies. This is one of the most interesting and important characteristics and unique characteristics of our city. And we also began to understand from the public comments that this is not just a city of form, but also a city of memory and experience. And these experiences are part of, I think, what feeds into this strong sense that the identity of our nation's capital is closely tied to its skyline. 2, maintain the horizontality of the monumental city skyline. This is what allows those symbolic structures like the U.S. Capitol and like the Washington Monument to shine. 3, minimize negative impacts to nationally significant historic resources, including the L'Enfant Plan. So this audience, I'm not going to spend too much time on the L'Enfant Plan. I know you know the L'Enfant Plan, but essentially this is the original plan for the city of Washington. And it allows for this extraordinary intersection of public spaces and streets and avenues to really allow those symbolic structures to shine. And it's a very special sort of built plan, the built environment showed there on the left. And then on the right, that it was situated with topography in mind, makes this, again, another extraordinary aspect of why the L'Enfant Plan is special. If you're driving in to one of the gateways into the city and you see an extraordinary view open up, part of that is the way that the buildings are designed, but the other part of it is that we situate buildings in a way with topography in mind, and it adds to the drama and a sense of connectedness there. And so this is one of the core principles that we really paid attention to as we thought through the recommendations. Okay, in terms of the phases, as you know, we had 3 phases. This is how we sort of tackled this work. During phase 1, we had case study research. We held a big forum to invite experts from around the world to talk about how they manage heights in their cities. We wanted to learn from other people. What did you do? What worked well? What didn't? What were your challenges? Much of this is online on our website, so I encourage you to go there. Phase 2, the district prepared a visual modeling study, which included all that massing work that you may have seen online, as well as an economic analysis. And then in phase 3, we each presented preliminary findings about a week and a half apart, and then we're here today on the 19th for our final recommendations. And so our next step is to submit a final report to the committee. So we understand how important the height of buildings is to communities and people, and I should say internally here, this has been a really big team effort, and the Office of Public Engagement has worked closely with the district to try to identify every means possible to invite people to talk to us about heights, so we appreciate that. And so these are just some of the examples that we have of ways that we try to connect with the public to give us some feedback. Just in terms of the critical steps, we've been busy the last month. Again, starting September 12th, we released our draft recommendations. The district released theirs. We've held several public information sessions, and then there have been 2 opportunities for public testimony and comment, one through NCPC, one through the district city council. And so again, today on the 19th, we are looking to release our final report. Just in terms of the preliminary recommendations, to refresh your memory, and this is a summary, it seems sort of unjust to cull down what was a lot of work in both reports to a single slide, but this is the sort of snapshot of what our recommendations were. For within the L'Enfant City, and they both articulated a difference between the L'Enfant City and outside. For within the L'Enfant City, NCPC proposed penthouse occupancy and/or sort of more active uses within penthouses. The district proposed a ratio approach of 1 to 1.25, and if you don't know what that means, we'll talk about it in the presentation today. District also proposed implementing viewshed protections, which we think is a really important contribution to this discussion. Outside the L'Enfant City, NCPC noted in its preliminary recommendations in September, there may be opportunities for strategic changes. However, those changes are not defined, whether specific, geographic, or procedural. So that was our preliminary finding. The district proposed eliminating the Height Act and allowing local zoning and the comprehensive plan to govern maximums. And if you don't know about the comprehensive plan, that too is something we're going to talk about in the presentation today. But that is where the 2 preliminary recommendations, that's how those are laid out. Okay, so in terms of the summary of federal interests, we went through these in some depth in September when we released our preliminary report. So I don't want to sort of overburden this, but again, part of this commission's work is to think about federal interests in the context of heights, and I think it's useful to articulate what those federal interests are based on not only what we heard from the public, but from many, many meetings with federal agencies and others who helped us think through what federal interests are vis-a-vis heights. So starting off with sort of the biggest one, the broadest perhaps, is that the form and character of the capital city is a federal interest, and it really has been since the founding of this city. And we understand that identity is not just about architecture, it's about symbol. And this is ultimately what frames our evaluation. The setting of iconic federal buildings and grounds such as the White House and the Capitol, the Washington Monument, all of these have an enduring symbolic meaning for this country. And so when you do an urban design analysis that says, what does increasing heights around the Capitol mean? Part of it is about architecture, but the other part of it is about symbol. And I think that that is a central challenge to really grapple with. An important point of discussion for us. The elements of the L'Enfant Plan, including those reservations, vistas, and streets that we've been talking about, are also protected resources and federal interests. And so one of the things that is so strongly tied to the form and character of our nation is the height of buildings. This is a federal interest, and it has been reaffirmed during home rule, and it was reaffirmed during this process and during our discussions that the height of buildings, particularly in the L'Enfant City here, is a federal interest. So we talk a lot, the greatest concentration of these is located within the L'Enfant City, but there are absolutely federal and national resources located throughout the city and beyond the topographic bowl. Just a few examples: the Civil War defenses of Washington, St. Elizabeth's, Arlington National Cemetery, all of these are within the topo bowl. The Naval Observatory, Rock Creek Park, I mean, I could sort of go on, but I want to give you a sense that there are federal interests here, but they're somewhat less concentrated and not connected by the original plan in the same way that, that we see within the L'Enfant City. Other federal interests that emerged, particularly during our discussions with federal agencies, is that national parks, memorials, and cultural resources. These are federal interests that could be impacted by raising heights. Federal agency headquarters and buildings, we have a lot of those, and then the flags over here is sort of the embassies and international organizations. So I think federal interests are sort of a diverse kind of lot of topics. And then finally, infrastructure and security, and just a short note on these. Infrastructure is one of the single most common topics and concerns that we heard, not only from the public, but federal agencies as well as the district government. How are we going to upgrade and keep current our infrastructure system? It's at capacity. What would adding additional height do for that? So given the constraints of this particular study, we didn't address that per se, but this is absolutely, I think, a very important follow-up study and work needs to be done around infrastructure, and we understand that. Security is another comment that we heard from a number of federal agencies, and essentially I think that there were a few common themes, and we will capture those in the final report, but essentially, you know, it had to do with sight lines and needing to, there will be costs associated with sort of looking at new sight lines should heights go up around secured facilities. But it was sort of framed more as a matter of cost, not so much as a reason not to have a conversation about raising heights. Okay, so let's move to the final recommendations. And here they are in summary. The first is to maintain the existing Height Act, including the formula for within the L'Enfant City. And the second is to maintain the existing Height Act that allow for a targeted process of exceptions through the comprehensive planning process. The third is to implement viewshed protections. Fourth, allow for penthouse occupancy. And then 5, we've got some housekeeping work. I won't spend too much time, but it has to do with some antiquated language that was very relevant in 1910, but perhaps today if we want our laws to read a little more simply. We have some proposals there. What I'm going to do in the following slides is really unpack recommendations 1 and 2. This is where a lot of the sort of most substantive work and analysis, the sort of fundamental questions that we're trying to grapple with. That's where we spent this time. So as we're moving through the discussion, you can expect a lengthier analysis under numbers 1 and 2. The third, I think we'll go through a little bit more quickly, or a little bit more straightforward, I'll say. Okay, so the final draft recommendation 1, again, the snapshot here is that we're arguing to maintain the existing Hyde Act, including the underlying formula for the areas within the LaFont City. Just to recap again, the preliminary recommendations just for this area, NCPC proposed amending the Hyde Act for penthouse occupancy, which would not impact the underlying formula for determining heights. And then the district proposed a ratio approach, and we'll talk a little bit about what that means as we understand it. So as we looked at those 2 recommendations and we wanted to arrive at final recommendations, there were a couple of key questions that we asked. One, what are the impacts of increased heights using primarily the visual modeling study within the LaFont City? 2, how does the ratio approach work? Would it impact federal or national resources? We didn't just take the district's recommendation as staff and say no. We really wanted to understand what this urban design principle means. So we'll talk through a bit of that analysis. Just as a general statement about the LaFont City, it is our contention that the federal government has a continuing, primary, and abiding stewardship role in the form of the capital. And this is particularly important within the LaFont City, where there are so many national resources and where it is the seat of so many federal operations. The law, in our view, should absolutely remain in this area. And so the importance of retaining a stewardship responsibility here continues to remain paramount. So just as a general comment, there are so many images online that you can look at. I selected 3 because you've seen these many times, but these were just sort of generally, we do think that adding increased height within the LaFont City would impact important national resources, such as the Washington Monument. This is a view taken from the Capitol, so you start to get a sense that the open skies around the National Mall would really be impacted here. The long views, in my view, were some of the most interesting. This is looking from Frederick Douglass House towards the Capitol. Whenever, I don't know if when you have guests come into town and you go out to Reagan National Airport and you're driving and you start to see all the monuments, people really respond. And part of that is the way that we have our viewsheds here and the design and form of the LaFont City. And so if you sort of, no one is proposing this here, but if you sort of just raise heights uniformly, you could get some pretty appalling results, and it's not just the massing. So I think, as a general rule, we want to make the point that there are impacts within the LaFont City. And then in terms of the ratio proposal, we were really curious to sort of understand what this urban design principle would look like. And we appreciated that the district proposed an urban design principle rather than something like this, which seems to be, let's just go up really high. So we were curious, what streets would be affected in this ratio proposal? And so this chart essentially shows, if you start on the left-hand side, please don't blur over when you see Excel sheets, sometimes that happens, but the width of the right-of-way is all the way on the left side. So these are existing LaFont streets, right? So the next is, what would the maximum cap be under the current Hyde Act? The third column is looking at the ratio approach, what would the maximum be there? And then the last is, a bit of subtraction so you can start to see the change. And so basically what I took from this is basically at 110, 120 feet, that's where you really begin to see heights, the difference between the ratio approach and what's proposed, or what currently exists under the Hyde Act today. And really, it's the largest streets and avenues that would see the most height under the ratio approach. And so where are those, right? And here they are. So essentially, you've got your 120 and 130 foot streets, and then sort of this unusual K street, which is this odd 147.67, not as tidy, but and then a number of 160 foot streets, many of which are actually in Capitol Hill neighborhood, historic district. And so one of the first things that we certainly drew from this analysis is that a lot of the streets that would be impacted are actually those leading directly to the White House and the U.S. Capitol. And so that immediately raised some concern with the ratio approach. So how would the character of those streets be affected? So looking at the ratio approach, one of the things, we began to sort of do a survey. It's actually kind of a fun process, a survey of the streets that would be affected. And what we noticed is that a number of the more commercial streets that are narrower actually tend to have more of a vertical orientation today. This is an existing street section. And this remained true. We looked at a number of streets. This is an example. The avenues are quite different, actually. They have a more horizontal street section. They tend to be broader. And these are often terminating on those important civic and national structures. And the lower line height actually allows the viewer to experience and focus on what is at the end of the street. And this, to us, is a really fundamental and important part of the LaFont plan and thinking about heights within the LaFont plan, is the sense that our avenues are wider. They do add more sunshine and light and air. Their character is something, but also the way that the buildings are situated really provides an emphasis on what's at the end of the block, and we think that this is special. So in the modeling work, there was we did look at a couple of different examples. Won't dwell on those. K Street, again, is sort of an unusual anomaly. It's one of the only commercial streets that didn't have a vertical orientation. And we, again, sort of did this survey of vertical streets. It tends to have wider, more open skies, and the streets are a little lower. Again, they were part of the modeling work, so here's an example of K Street at 160, and so it begins to have a little more vertical orientation. Okay, a last question we asked is how much development capacity would be gained under the ratio approach? Because, you know, looking at the district's proposal, we understand that development capacity is a central question that they're grappling with. What does it mean for the long-term growth of this city? How much capacity do we have? And so we looked strictly at how that would work via the ratio approach. Okay, and so one of the things, as I mentioned, I noticed that a lot of the streets with 160-foot streets were in Capitol Hill, for example. So we wanted to ask, okay, what are some existing overlays here that would likely keep these streets lower? So you've got National Parkland here in green. You're about to see a lot of overlays to one very pretty and colorful map. You've got other federal lands, such as the Architect of the Capitol, historic districts. And so here, what you see is all of those overlays together with the ratio approach. So here are sort of those areas that are in color. In our view, are those things that would likely keep those streets, the building heights on those streets, a bit lower. We're asking how much capacity could you really get? And then we asked, okay, what is the district's future, what are the growth areas identified in the current comprehensive plan? And these are the areas in red. And what we did is we said, which of the streets under the ratio approach actually are currently located in a medium and high density area, but aren't located in such a way that they would terminate, you know, on the Capitol or White House, for example, or within, you know, a historic district. And what we essentially came to is a few segments of streets. Again, K Street's a bit of an anomaly. It's sort of the only one that sort of stands east to west. But in our view, so the urban design analysis of how this would impact national resources is, I think, what's important for this commission. But from the district's perspective too, we have to ask how much capacity would you really realistically get here? And in our view, this does not support an argument to change the formula of the federal law. So the final draft recommendation that we're putting forward is essentially to keep the Hyde Act in place, and no changes should be made to the formula within the LaFont City. Now, we are going to talk about penthouses in a moment, but those don't impact the formula for how we, the underlying principle for how we think through heights. I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice a bit. Excuse me. Okay, so the recommendation 2, which is outside of the LaFont City. And the snapshot here is to maintain the existing Hyde Act but provide for targeted exceptions through the comprehensive planning process. And again, just to recap where we started in September, NCPC's report put forward that there may be opportunities for strategic changes. However, those changes were not specified. So we didn't make geographic or specific or procedural recommendations. The district proposed eliminating the Hyde Act and allowing local zoning and the comprehensive plan to govern maximums in this area. So we took these 2 very different recommendations and asked a couple of questions that to us are the central questions for how we might think about this proposal. And there are many questions. This project is a bit of a Rubik's Cube. So these were 3 in our view that were the most important. 1, do these recommendations protect federal interests and national resources in the long term and the short term? There are lots of questions here about sort of the impacts on neighborhoods and other things, but this commission, the central question we have to answer and address is, do the preliminary recommendations protect federal interests and national resources? More specifically, if the Hyde Act were amended or changed, is the comprehensive plan sufficient to protecting those interests? So that was sort of an underlying premise of the district's proposal, and we needed to think that through. Third, how should we weigh the district's goals for long-term growth in our thinking today and then in the future? And I think that's another sticking point. We hear a lot of comments that have to do with what our goals should be for today. And planning for the future is always so much more challenging, and how do you put a process in place to make sure you do that in a way that's thoughtful? And so these were the kinds of dynamics that we were trying to understand with this specific proposal. But let me just say before moving further that there are, again, to reiterate, there are federal interests outside of the LaFont City and beyond the topographic bowl. These are 2 sort of renderings or ways to think about the topo bowl. So if you look on the left-hand side, you see that in the darker areas it's much higher than the lower lying areas within the LaFont City. And I guess the right side is sort of a more modernist interpretation of that. But anyway, these are the topographic bowls. And essentially we have federal interests such as, again, the Naval Observatory, Rock Creek Park, the Armed Forces Thank You Retirement Home, the Frederick Douglass House. I mean, there are many diverse interests in this area that this commission needs to be actively involved in and must protect. And here are some examples of those areas. Although this isn't, a complete or thorough list, these are just some of the most important that we've identified. Okay, so the second question we asked had to do with the comprehensive plan. What is this document, and is it sufficient to protect federal interests, which is the business of this agency? Essentially, this plan is required by federal statute currently. And there's a federal elements of the comprehensive plan, which NCPC prepares, and then the district elements of the comprehensive plan, which the district prepares. And there's a whole process that goes into it, and I'm going to talk a bit more about that in a moment. But jointly, these 2 essentially chart the growth and thinking about development in this city and in the region for NCPCs. So we are, in fact, actually updating our comprehensive plan today. We have a number of elements or chapters that relate to key planning issues from a federal perspective. Matters related to transportation, federal workforce, parks and open space are some examples. Our policies today tend to be quite broad. We think we have, if you look at the policy document, we make value statements about what is important to protect federal interests. And I think if we move forward with this recommendation, there would be work to do on the federal element side, and we'll talk about that in a moment, for us to really think through what we would need to do, the steps we would need to take, the work we would need to pursue to actually think very carefully about federal interests, particularly in this area. The district-wide elements also include a number of sort of planning-related topics, if you will, land use, transportation, educational facilities, number of things. But they also have more targeted area-wide elements as well. So they have both the broad planning and the more targeted, which makes sense. So how does the comp plan currently address height? This is an example of a future land use map, which is a really important map that helps articulate future goals for the city. And basically there are designations for density, and those are attached to stories. This high and medium density map is actually what was used to help identify the study locations in the district's modeling study. So we did use the comprehensive plan, the current comprehensive plan, as a way of thinking through how that modeling is done. Okay, there are a lot of words on this slide, but if you'll bear with me, I think it's really important to walk through exactly how the district elements of the comprehensive planning process works, because we have an important role in that. And this is separate from the way that we do our federal elements, which is much more contained within the agency. We consult with federal partners, we work with the district, but the district elements has a different process. So I'm just gonna walk you through each one, and forgive me for the words, for the number of words. So basically the Office of Planning leads updates to the district elements, and NCPC staff will consult during the period when they're developing their ideas and et cetera. Once all that work is done, the mayor submits proposed legislation to amend the plan. The city council holds public hearings and votes on the legislation, and then the mayor approves the legislation. After the mayor approves the plan, the district submits it to NCPC for federal interest review and approval. And we do have a line item veto. If we see something that we think impacts federal interests, we will send comments back, and the council makes those adjustments. And we have used that in the past. Where am I on the bullets? Okay, the city council modifies and approves the plan, incorporating NCPC's comments, and then it comes back to us, we certify the plan, and then the district submits the plan to Congress for a 30-day review. If Congress fails to pass a joint resolution of disapproval, the plan becomes law. We're not proposing any changes to this is the existing comprehensive plan process, and we're not proposing changes to how this process would work as part of our Heights recommendation. This is how the process has been working for years, 50s, I guess, right? So this is the current process. Okay, there's some additional information. We've gotten a lot of questions about how zoning fits into all of this, and as you know, planning happens at a couple of different levels. The comprehensive planning sets the broad direction. The zoning is finer grained. The zoning must not be inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. So that's according to the Home Rule Act and the Zoning Act, but this is not self-executing. So in other words, if we make a change to the comprehensive plan map, then that information needs to be conveyed to the Zoning Commission to update its maps. Code and map, and there are two members, there's a 5-member commission and 2 are federal representatives. So that's sort of the broad process as it stands today. So we took this information and we asked, what are the key issues we need to think through? We've got two preliminary recommendations here. What is the best path forward to get to our final recommendations? And here are 3 just sort of ideas that really emerged, 3 things we understood after we released the preliminary recommendations. First, that the Hyde Act today does provide broad protection for federal interests outside of the L'Enfant City. We've noted in previous documents that these interests are less concentrated. And so from our point of view, there may be opportunities for strategic change, as I've already mentioned. At the same time, the district expressed concerns about its ability to effectively plan for its future growth over the long term. And this was, again, the running theme within the district height study report. How do we effectively plan for growth? What decisions do we need to make? What choices? And from the district's perspective, the height of buildings is part of that evaluation. Also, we heard from many public comments. Many district residents expressed concern that sufficient technical study had not been completed to propose specific changes to areas outside the LaFont City. They are asking for more targeted and detailed work to be done, and more specific to the areas where changes could be realized. So we had a lot of public comments asking about the process and saying that it's really important to get the process right if you want to talk about the height of buildings. And so we heard that. So if you look at an immediate and short-term perspective, our view was, we disagreed. We don't think that it's appropriate to immediately amend or eliminate the Height Act in the area outside of LaFont City. Nor is anyone ready, no one in any public meeting has identified a specific community outside of the LaFont City that should see where maximum building height should be changed. No one is ready to put that information forward. And the rationale for this is basically the planning work has not been done at a sufficient level for decision making. And it needs to be much more detailed. We have work on the federal side, as I've alluded to identify and protect federal resources, including properties and viewsheds. This would need to be done through the federal elements of the comp plan, as well as our other planning work. The district also needs to update its elements with new growth forecasts, the capacity information, and land use categories. So there was a lot of new information in the height report that the district prepared that the residents of the District of Columbia really need to sort out and think through, and that can happen through an update to the comprehensive planning process. So we don't agree that the Height Act should be eliminated immediately in this area for those reasons. But that's sort of an immediate and short-term perspective. From a longer-term perspective, so looking out into the future, if we recommend that the Height Act should remain in place outside of the LaFont City, then it seems prudent to us to also recommend to Congress that it consider a process to address issues related to the long-term growth of the city. I wish I had a crystal ball. I wish I knew in 50 years what kind of challenges the city would be confronting. But I think it's feasible and appropriate to guess that we will be confronting questions of growth. And how do we accommodate that growth? And it strikes us that it is appropriate to do detailed planning work along those lines and to have the right people at the table to have that work happen. And to say to Congress that you may consider an exception, a process whereby we could apply for exceptions if down the road we get to that point. And so we do agree that the comprehensive planning process does provide the appropriate level of study and the public process to address those issues. So those were that's sort of the picture of how we arrived at our final recommendation. Those were the things we were weighing, and I think the real challenge that we debated internally quite a bit is whether to give a recommendation based on the immediate, which you certainly hear, or whether we should look to a longer term process and ask by what process over the long term can we bring the right stakeholders to place to have a conversation and to do the work necessary to think these issues through. Okay, so the final recommendation, I'm going to unpack this a bit, is that the limits currently established in the Height Act should remain in place, but they would be amended upon successful completion of a comp plan process, assuming that targeted areas outside of LaFont City are identified and documented that meet specific planning goals for growth, and that also don't impact federal interests. And here, In this recommendation, there's a lot of planning work that needs to be done to arrive at those conclusions and decision points. Building heights in targeted areas may exceed the maximum under the federal law, and should such targeted exceptions be authorized through the comprehensive planning process, the Height Act would continue to govern maximums everywhere else. So the other thing that I think sort of filled into this discussion is that as planners, we understand that targeted approaches to planning, for example, around metro stops, can make good sense. That if you take clusters and you think through what you can do to meet certain goals, that makes good sense. We wanted to understand what is the right process to help identify what those are and to put that forward for public consideration. And we believe that the comprehensive planning process is a good place. Okay, so this will move a little bit more quickly. The number 3 really has to do with protecting viewsheds, and we were very pleased that the district proposed implementing viewshed protections. We agree viewsheds are some of, I think, the most important assets that we have in this city. And some of these included the U.S. Capitol and the White House. And again, it is our view that we can add specific protections within the federal elements of the comprehensive plan. Just some examples. We've got street level views to the U.S. Capitol as an example. And then going back to this old graphic, we've got the long views, which I think are some of the most challenging. How do you describe and put protections in? Not that we would ever do this, right? But it's a good tool to help you describe what it is you care about. So we have a lot of work to do along the lines of viewsheds. We want to acknowledge that that's an important piece of the puzzle. Okay, recommendation 4 is where we were in our preliminary recommendations, and it has to do with allowing for occupancy in penthouses. We are not proposing adding penthouses on top of penthouses within built-out areas. We're talking about allowing occupancy within the current constraints of the Height Act. But one of the most important things, I think, to think about with this recommendation is that basically there's been, there hasn't been incentive to really expand or push the boundaries for penthouses, right? Because you couldn't occupy them if you were already at the maximum. And so I think it's important to note that there may be a much more pressure to make penthouses wider, larger, to push the boundaries, if you will. And this could be a good thing. There could be some added amenities. We're not trying to say it would be good or bad, but just acknowledge that this may happen. We believe that adding some restrictions and reinforcing what we already have will help address some of that pressure that you would likely see, and just to ensure that the process is clear. We would retain the 1-to-1 ratio, impose an absolute 20-foot maximum height for penthouses. This is in line with current zoning. And then in a limited number of circumstances, and I mean very limited, we may need to impose specific protections for sight lines for certain kinds of buildings, such as the White House is a good example. We do need to put that thinking through in terms of the use in those buildings surrounding those sites. I'm calling this, I don't even have a name for this. This is the cleanup recommendation. If you look at the Height Act, there are sections 2 through 4, which have to do with a lot of antiquated fire safety technologies. These have all been updated in the district fire and safety codes. It's in the current codes. In our view, that's sufficient. If you left it, it wouldn't affect anything. If you took it out, it might just make the act read a little more cleanly. So that's our 5th recommendation. So again, just to go through these one more time, maintain the Height Act, including the formula within the L'Enfant City, allow for targeted exceptions through the comprehensive planning process, implement viewshed protections, allow penthouse occupancy, and delete antiquated fire safety provisions. So with that, we request authorization to transmit final recommendations to the U.S. House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kemp. It's obvious that you are the expert on this, and you've done a great deal of work. So don't run away too far.
I'm not, I was just getting some water.
Well deserved. So I'm sure we'll have questions along the way. So now let's bring the discussion to the table here to the commission. Mr. Mayor.
So if I understand correctly, you want to have us discuss and flesh it out. I think that'd be fair.
Sorry.
Is this,
This is recommendation 2.
okay.
Sorry, I should have, recommendation 2.
Is this on page 10?
Page 10, yes. It's page 10 of the EDR.
So, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like, I could make some comments.
Please.
Explaining where we're coming from here. So, the essential difficulty here is that what is being proposed is a decision to make a change to the Hyde Act before the necessary planning has been done. Now, I know that it's saying that the planning should be done, it would be contingent on the comprehensive plan that any changes will occur. But if you read carefully the EDR on page 13, it says the recommendation is that the Hyde Act be amended today to allow this to occur in the future. And I do not find that provision acceptable, and so therefore I'm inclined to just take the whole thing away. I do have further comments that I would like to make on the study. So, first of all, the Hyde Act itself, to me, is a matter of national interest, not a parochial federal interest. It's not a matter of the individual agencies that are affected. It is about historic preservation, and it's very much in keeping with the National Park Service's mission to preserve unimpaired for future generations our nation's resources. It is about equality, it is about human scale, it is about a welcoming city, not an intimidating city. And I think that's important to people across the country. We are dealing with the big 3 aspects of the plan of Washington. The L'Enfant plan, which established the framework. The Macmillan plan, which by the way was the Senate Park Commission, and was very much about parks. It was very much about areas outside the L'Enfant city, which fixed many of the things that went wrong in the early years of the city. But there are also things that have changed since then that have had to be fixed as well. And it included the whole of Washington. The Hyde Act, of course, is the third, and it is uniform, it is an egalitarian thing, and it is one of those areas where mistakes cannot be fixed. And we have spent a lot of time trying to reestablish L'Enfant streets and things like that. It's a goal of the city, it's a goal of NCPC, but raising the Hyde Act is not something that's going to get fixed if we decide later on that this was not a good idea. I think that we have to recognize the importance of the Hyde Act to the overall plan of the city. There's been some emphasis on the Hyde Act as a fire protection measure. I think that's a complete misdirection. And I would like to read from a report written in 1902. This is from the subcommittee chaired by Macmillan on the improvements of the park system of the District of Columbia. The matter of height of buildings in the District of Columbia was brought before the committee at its meeting this morning. And it was decided to take up the matter at once of amending the present law so as to prevent the erection of buildings calculated to disfigure the district. I skip ahead just a bit here. It is understood that generally speaking, the commissioners are in favor of the regulations as they stand at present. The Senate, and this is referring to the earlier Hyde Act, earlier height restrictions. The Senate committee is understood to have taken up the subject further, limiting the height of buildings in connection with the grand scheme for the beautification of the capital city in accordance with the report of the Park Commission recently printed. It is not about firehouse. L'Enfant understood the importance of the visual prominence and planned the city accordingly. Again, I read from L'Enfant relating his thoughts regarding the placement of public buildings on commanding heights. From these heights, the grand buildings would rear with a majestic aspect over the country all around and might be advantageously seen from 20 miles off. From the first settlement of the city, they would stand to ages in a central point to it, facing on the grandest prospect of both branches of the Potomac. Belflur knew from the beginning the importance of seeing the city from a distance and the importance of our skyline. It was, maybe he didn't imagine how big it would be or how tall it would be, but he understood and he planned the city accordingly. Even if one does not consider the beneficial impact of a Hyde Act to have been intentional, we know that the effect is nothing short of magnificent. This is not just about selected viewsheds down avenues toward the Capitol, down 16th Street to the White House. It is the iconic horizontal skyline that the chairman referred to, or that Chairman Issa referred to in his letter. We have to consider the views from Cardozo High School, or from the cathedral, or from Frederick Douglass Helm, or from Fort Stanton and the other forts. The views across the city are very much what we're talking about and how important it is. You know, we received a lot of comments from many people, and I think that one that really summed it up was DC resident Kenan Fikri. I apologize if I did not pronounce that correctly, but he said it best. This is one of the nation's most prized public goods. I believe this is a legacy issue. Are we going to make a deal to compromise the public good just so that we can say that we've compromised? I don't think so. The economic case has not been made to change the Hyde Act now or for the foreseeable future, and I think there's ample evidence of that in the testimony we've previously received. In the words of one of the other letters that we received, this is from Meg McGuire, it's an opportunistic solution in search of a compelling problem. The Hyde Act has stood strong for 100 years despite the 7 modifications. It allows for domes and spires, and it does not call for the tall buildings that would be emblazoned with names and logos. I think one might view the preservation of the Hyde Act as an imposition of federal control over the district. I think this argument holds no water for the mass, when the vast majority of public comment from across the city is in opposition. We have many letters from ANCs and civic associations from Sheridan, Colorado to Penn Branch. I think that after this, I think, quite compressed study time, the only change that I believe is justified would be a change to the occupiable space in penthouses. I think many people don't even want this change. They don't want anything about the Hyde Act changed. But I think that that is a modest change which shows potential for some economic benefit to the city, creates an opportunity for greater use of rooftops, for recreational use, and it does this all without changing the skyline.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman. Just one. I think Mr. Norton had received a question, so let's get that.
I think I do too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought you said that you wanted to hold off on votes and until after the public comment period, which is our normal process.
What I thought the fairest thing to do, before we entertain public comment, anticipating that there could be amendments, I thought it fair that we take up all their business, so by the time we get to the public comment period, that the public knows exactly what they're commenting on. I thought it would be less fair if we hear from the public comment and then take amendments that may be substantial, that they don't have an opportunity to comment on unless we go through public comment.
Well, you put these amendments on the table, and everybody could say where they are on issues, and we come back, and people would know. That it's just, I thought that was the core issue here.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to join in that. First of all, I guess I'm just a procedural guy because I was around it for a long while. I think first of all, we need to have this on the table to be acted on. I would think we should have a motion and put it on the table, and then we should let the witnesses speak to us. We invited them here to speak, and anybody that offers amendments will reflect those, hopefully that testimony. But if we don't let the witnesses speak in the beginning, then why are they here to comment? My view is that we should have them as a courtesy, let them speak, and then any ideas we have, thoughts on amendments we bring up, and they should be reflected on some of those comments. And I think that would be what I would suggest. I think we should let the witnesses come forward, let's hear what they have to say.
We turn to legislative council to see if there's a preferred route to go in terms of public comment. I know what we've done in the past.
Yes, what you have done in the past is typically entertain the public comments before you've had your internal discussions. I think there's merit to doing that.
Okay. Chair stands corrected. And we will proceed.
It wasn't correct.
No, I
I'm just offering an
Yeah.
alternative opinion.
Yeah. I mean, in my defense, I was trying to be as open and fair to the public as we could, so that they would, by the time we got around to one round of public comments, they would be commenting on whatever's left on the table. I thought that would be the fair way to go. There may be merit to continuing as we.
You could throw out ideas at random, I think, but it wouldn't prolong inviting the notes too
Okay.
much.
Okay.
So I offered that amendment in keeping with your initial suggestion that we hash out exactly what we're voting on in advance. So that's why I think we did.
That's what I understand. It has been moved and seconded. Do we want to leave it on the table and go to public comment? Want to just leave that on the table for a moment and we'll go straight to public comment? Is that I see head nods around, so, okay. We do have, we're going to go to public comment. We do have 47 people who have signed up, so this could be a long session. If you're speaking for yourself, you get 3 minutes. There's a clock on the wall, and you'll hear a chirp to wind down your comments. And because of the number of people who have signed up, I'm going to pretty much enforce the 3-minute rule. If you are speaking for an organization, you'll have 5 minutes. And the chirp on the clock will wind down, and you'll hear a chirp at the end of 5 minutes. And again, I will enforce the 5-minute rule. So the first 3 speakers. First is Charles Robertson, to be followed by Tersh Boasberg, and third will be Thomas Bauer. So shall we go to Charles Robertson first? You have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm rather taken aback to be the lead witness. I signed up early, but others to speak more eloquently than I, so I will be very brief. I applaud the staff report for preserving Belflur City. I think that's extremely important. But I thought Mr. May really hit the nail on the head in his eloquent analysis of the problem. I heartily endorse. I do think there's a problem, though, if you strike the entire second recommendation, it leaves in limbo all the area outside the L'Enfant Plan. And I think the intent was to preserve the L'Enfant Plan also on that area outside the L'Enfant Plan, to preserve the habitat on everything for the time being, at least, until further analysis is forthcoming, better decisions can be made. So I would heartily endorse that with the provision. Was that your intent, Mr. May? May I ask you that?
Yeah, ultimately, yes, we would want to preserve the hideout throughout the city.
Throughout the city, that's what I want. Thank you, sir. My only other comment is on penthouses. I would recommend preserving the 18.5-foot height of penthouses that's currently in the zoning law. This is the maximum height for a penthouse. I mean, if you go to 20 feet, you can allow, that would accommodate actually 2 additional stories, not just 1. And so I think 18.5 is the appropriate height for penthouses. Really, that's all I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Robertson. Tersh Boasberg, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very difficult to get down to 5 minutes, but I'm going to try my hardest. I'm going to change everything. I was very surprised by the last report because the September report was exactly on point, and I thought it was the best argument for not changing the height limit. I thought we did a wonderful argument trying to show these interests that are outside of L'Enfant City. and I thought they were exactly right. I don't know what happened, but it was too bad, I feel. Let me just point out that I think historic preservation is one of the great federal interests. I mean, most of these, in fact, vast majority of the 650 landmarks and 27,000 buildings in historic districts are on the National Register. In other words, there is a federal interest, I believe, in protecting the National Register of Historic Districts. I mean, they're protected by federal law, they're listed on the National Register, they meet federal qualifications. And if those are federal interests, I hope that I can read that this is something to be protected. I would be in favor of that. I think the real difficulty are two. Obviously, who is going to do the protecting? And here, I just don't think the federal government should give this up. I don't think it's time to give it up. I sat on the zoning commission. There were 2 federal representatives. I can tell you that any time the 3 city representatives wanted to do something, they did something. It was not protection, it was information. They get the information from the federal representatives, but it's not protection. You would be advocating your control that you have now. Even though you could get on the process, and even though there's federal representation, they would be giving that up. Let me just also say that no one is perhaps more knowledgeable than Carter Brown. Carter Brown, in addressing, at the time I was chairman of the Committee of 100, at this time for our 75th anniversary, it wasn't very long ago, in 1998. This were his words to the assembly group at the Building Museum. Washington is blessed by a heightened reputation. Following a recommendation of Jefferson, finally legislated when the invention of the elevator became a real threat, it is hard to overemphasize how important the retention of this city's character as a horizontal city has been. Let us all sign in blood this evening our resolve never to allow the pressure of developer greed to get that changed, as has been often proposed over the years. And I was going to prick my finger as I put it on this. I don't think I'm going to say that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Thomas Bauer. Mr. Bauer will be followed by Lindsley Williams, then David Sobelson, and Sue Timber.
Good afternoon. I'm president of the DuPont Circle Conservancy. I speak as much for the citizen resident as for federal interest. I want to thank the members and staff of the NCPC for your efforts in responding to the congressional inquiry regarding the district's height limits. Living a block and a half from the Cairo, which gave us our current limit, I know firsthand the long shadow cast by that otherwise attractive building. As a one-off, it isn't too bad, but to live in a city filled with that kind of darkness at noon creator is not what makes DC a great place to live. And the citizens do live here 24/7, not just 9 to 5. Having been to some but not all hearings, I was disappointed in the current proposal, more generous allowance for greater height than I heard coming from public input in the earlier discussions. Specifically, I found the current suggestions, except for Resolution 1, giving away too much sky and trying to please too many other parties and be too complex to be workable. It is one more overlay to mesh with zoning limits, comprehensive plans, historic districts, and citizen input to make things even more challenging to understand than they already are. In addition, we do not support making mechanical penthouses useful for human occupancy. We have heard from enough architects that with current and expected technology improvements, utility penthouses could be greatly reduced in height if they were required to. The increase to 20 feet of habitable space is just another ploy to increase the height limit of buildings all over the city by more than 10% of the tallest buildings' heights, and much more for previously shorter ones. We would favor retaining the current height limits and the current use of mechanical penthouses for the utilitarian purposes only. Thank you.
Mr. Williams, welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the commission. contrasting view, you'll get to hear from me. I support much of what has been proposed by NCPC and the EDR. I was sort of hoping we'd hear where the district was on this before I got up to speak, but we'll find out later. The comp plan to me is the way to proceed going forward. It has a set of protections which have been identified through the slide that Lucy explained earlier, and I believe and have faith in that type of process to be able to allow the studies that are needed for viewsheds and any number of other things. I have some prepared remarks here. I specifically identify in that the need to have security element, which is something NCPC has been dealing with, become a part of the comp plan, so that too can be part of the web of federal protections that is examined should any change come to be proposed. We need to figure out ways, and I thank the city for identifying the fact that we need to know what the capacity is and know where we can have future capacity as part of this effort. I think it would be a mistake not to proceed along the broad direction that is recommended in the federal EDR. The only other thing I'd like to do is to talk a bit about the occupancy of penthouses, in which I would agree with part of what has been said just a moment ago about the need for the height to be as much as it is, except for the elevator core. Right now, when you have an elevator core that's sitting to serve an area that has a green roof, which is on top of the roof, and the elevator itself can go up, it needs to go up to a height that's greater than that which is currently in the code, and I believe that's a problem. Finally, I've identified through work that you've seen, my chart, that matrix of all the 9 provisions. I believe that 6 of the provisions, not just those identified by staff, are antiquated, and that section 7 is the place in which to put the things that control how high a penthouse should be. And I believe that that's where you could have elevators distinguished from the rest of it, and that a whole series of other issues should be taken up within the authority that I believe the city council now has and should exploit. That we should not ask the Congress to do things that we ourselves have the authority to do. And I believe that the way the Height Act is written and the Home Rule Act, the off-limit sign applies to section 5, but not the rest of it. And specifically as to the report language on the occupancy, I would suggest striking the word support communal recreation space on rooftops by allowing human occupancy, and simply say allow human occupancy. That's what the EDR says at the beginning of the discussion. The bullet that follows is inconsistent with it, and I would like to see you get that changed. Thank you. 3 minutes.
Next up is David Subelson, followed by Sue Hamburger, and then there will be Nancy McWood.
Thank you. I'm a community activist from Southwest Washington, D.C. and a former advisory neighborhood commissioner. The Height Act concerns both the proper limit to building heights in the city and who should decide that limit. I express no opinion on the first issue, but I'm an American citizen and a resident of Washington, D.C. In principle, while paying appropriate attention to federal interests, Washington, D.C., either ourselves or through our elected representatives, should decide the limit to heights of buildings in Washington, D.C. Outside the city's monumental core, where the federal government has an especially acute national interest, the Congress, in which we have no voting representation, should not limit the height of our buildings. Even in the L'Enfant City, D.C.'s interests generally coincide with those of the federal government. Like the federal government, Washington has an interest in maintaining our status as an international symbol of democracy. Like the federal government, Washington has an interest in attracting tourists and foreign dignitaries. Like the federal government, Washington has an interest in making the city pleasant and beautiful for those who live and work here. That's why so many D.C. residents want to keep our city's horizontality. They vote too. As a result, even in the L'Enfant City, even complete repeal of the Height Act would leave building heights largely unchanged. Washington, D.C. itself would continue to limit building heights. Our own elected officials won't let this city become Manhattan. Occasions might arise when the federal interest does differ from the city's interest. As a result, I agree with the district's recommendation to eliminate the Height Act outside the L'Enfant City, but to retain it within the L'Enfant City. But democracy means the right to make our own decisions. If we don't trust our elected representatives to make the right decision about building heights, we should have a referendum on the proper heights of buildings in DC. That, more than the substantive views of witnesses before this commission, would more fully reflect the actual wishes of the citizens of Washington. But letting Congress continue to set the limit to building heights throughout the city makes it hard to complain when Congress tells us how we must spend our tax dollars or regulate drugs. Arguments about the federal interest in building heights apply equally to other issues that arise in DC. Trust is the question. Do we trust the citizens of Washington, DC? Letting DC by itself decide building heights will make this city more than just a symbol of democracy. It will at least marginally increase the actual amount of democracy enjoyed by those who live and vote in DC. Thank you.
Sue Hamburger, welcome.
Hi, my name is Sue Hamburger. I'm a DC resident and I live in Friendship Heights. I support recommendations number 1 and 3, but feel strongly that recommendation number 2 needs to be reworked, or dare I hope, abandoned. At a minimum, the suggestion on page 13 that Congress amend the law today to allow for targeted exceptions outside the L'Enfant City should be eliminated. I agree wholeheartedly with the principles behind the recommendation, i.e. that changes to the Height Act anywhere in the district must be made through a democratic process in which both federal and local interests are effectively represented. But I think that the specific approach being recommended here will not only fail to achieve that objective, but will also compromise another crucial principle articulated in the report. The changes to the Height Act should be based on careful study and long-range planning rather than ad hoc decision-making. As someone who's relatively well informed about planning and development issues, I can attest to the fact that comp plan amendments typically fly completely under the public's radar. Outreach has been non-existent. It's a somewhat different situation when the entire comprehensive plan is being rewritten. I believe that's happened once in the 26 years I've lived here, and I did participate. There's publicity, but as with the current zoning rewrite, citizens find themselves confronted with hundreds of pages of text, very little time to read it, and then 3 minutes to comment on it. The bottom line is that putting OP and the council in a position where they can propose exceptions to the Height Act is an invitation to backroom deal making, not to the robust civic dialogue that NCPC staff anticipates. And it will distort the planning process by shifting our focus from big picture and policy choices to who can deliver what for whom. The other issue here is one of timing. I'm not an absolutist when it comes to the Height Act. I can certainly imagine scenarios under which it would make sense to lift existing height restrictions. First and foremost among them would be that the district has reached a point where we're actually built out. That is, we're at a time when, if we were at a time when every part of the city has experienced population growth and reinvestment. We are nowhere near that point. In part, I think, because at least as long as I've lived here, that's never been a priority. DC's fundamental planning problem has been uneven development. We make lots of plans, but the most difficult and necessary projects never get built. Instead, OP helps developers find ways to build more in low-risk, high-reward areas that are already basically developed. That is in places like the West End and Friendship Heights. The first strategy was to use the PUD process for site-specific upzoning. Then, as land for redevelopment in these areas ran out, the next approach was public land sales and giveaways, basically the cannibalization of our infrastructure. Now we're seeing attempts to undermine or even repeal the Height Act. Obviously, transformative redevelopment tends to be gradual. It doesn't happen overnight. But in some places, it won't happen at all if you short-circuit the process that eventually forces developers to look elsewhere for new opportunities. We're at a stage in our development where we need to build out before we build up, and this is true both from an infrastructural and an equity standpoint. If you care about the symbolism of our nation's capital, then recognize that it's not all skylines and viewsheds and monuments. High-rise enclaves in some areas and decades of neglect in others is not an appealing picture, nor is it a good strategy for housing federal workers or for creating an economically sustainable city. If the planning work hasn't been done to justify changes to the Height Act, it hasn't been done to justify exceptions either. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Nancy McWood, followed by George Clark, and then Ann Sellon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. I'm Nancy McWood, representing the Committee of 100. The Committee of 100 has historically supported the Height Act, which has provided the height framework for implementing the L'Enfant and McMillan plans, and has contributed significantly to creating our grand capital city. Until today, the title of this hearing would be readily understood.
since height master plan for Washington DC does not suggest that there are only some parts of Washington that need height protections. But the EDR before you would irrevocably divide the city into protected and unprotected, and will result in visual documentation of the action you may approve today. The whole of Washington was built with a singular aesthetic vision. Streets are oriented east and west, broad avenues are planned to frame views and accommodate a natural topography, and a scale of building that avoids stark differences and ensures a good human experience with the built environment. This isn't a whimsical design, but one that originated with George Washington and has been the guiding template to demonstrate our national principles through design. No other city has shared our high aspirations or had our success. Your vote today will decide if you intend to continue the legacy. The NCPC EDR continues one aspect of the legacy in Recommendation 1 by ensuring the prominence of federal landmarks and monuments and prohibiting private building from damaging the lawful city. The Committee of 100 strongly supports the EDR in this regard. But we think the goal of protecting this part of the city will fall short if its form no longer has meaning within the context of the city that frames it. The EDR states emphatically that the height act should not be eliminated outside the lawful city in Recommendation 2, but then proceeds to recommend that it be eliminated. It's clear that no data and analysis were presented to suggest a change to the application of the height act outside the lawful city. The only reason offered in the EDR for removing more than 100 years of height protection is the need for better long-range planning in the capital city. How do you make the leap that eliminating our protections would motivate participatory, vigorous, data-driven, comprehensive planning? Hasn't it been demonstrated to you that this is exactly what we are lacking? You should not comfort yourself that all will be well and somehow local systems that do not work as presented on paper will magically work as you hope they will. If you vote today to eliminate height protections outside the lawful city, you must understand that you are endorsing spot zoning and haphazard planning. The substance of the EDR has been overshadowed by a sense that there must be consensus between NCPC and the Office of Planning. Often compromise is a worthy goal, but sometimes it leads to detrimental concessions. The EDR displays a formidable conflict in not wanting to give free rein to adding height and density outside the lawful city, but needing to concede something to the Office of Planning. Why? They couldn't make their case. The EDR recommendation is not based on solving a problem. In fact, it acknowledges that there really isn't a problem that requires a solution. The assumed need to compromise led to an artificial intellectual dilemma. Should this federal law only protect parts of the city that have the iconic symbols of our democracy, or should it continue to protect the entire capital city? This is not a weighty issue, and it's answered at the beginning of the EDR when it is stated in clear terms that the federal government has, quote, primary stewardship in the form of the nation's capital. The entire city contributes to that form, and not just a few blocks near the White House or Capitol. It is enticing to avoid controversy by fashioning an analysis that emphasizes process. But is process really what this is about? The EDR is not premised on any confidence or trust that the recommendation will result in a good process that leads to good decisions and effective controls. NCPC involvement abounds as some promised protection. You know that DC residents don't want this change. None of us want to be the generation that enshrined the lawful city as a Disneyland type attraction that is surrounded by a city that once shared its form. We urge you to find that Washington is one city with a common form and a common story. We urge the rejection of recommendation 2, the retention of the Height Act throughout the city, and the approval of the other recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clark?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. My name is George Clark. I'm a longtime resident of the city, and I urge this commission to reject the compromise recommendation and keep the Height of Building Act as it is. Even the EDR says at page 12 that it does not agree with the district's preliminary recommendation to eliminate the Hyde Act outside the L'Enfant City. But then why do we want to set up a process to do so and risk Congress jettisoning the entire Hyde Act while giving powerful interests the means and incentive to destroy the scale and beauty of our city? They're jumbled thoughts and vague assertions about taking care of DC's long-term needs. And excuse me, just 1 second. What I was doing was looking for the evidence offered by the Office of Planning that there are these long-term needs. We haven't seen anything, not an iota. And let me give 3 examples why. This past summer, when the NCPC and OP held their meetings, the Office of Planning said, well, you know, maybe we'll want to do this in 20 years, maybe we'll never want to do it. What's happened since then? In September, I sat down with the Deputy Mayor for Economic Development, and I asked him a direct question. Are we losing development opportunities to DC and Maryland because of the Hyde Act? He had a one-word answer: no. Last year at this time, I got a call from a reporter from the Los Angeles Times talking about the Hyde Act. And he said, but you guys are out of space. You need more room to build. You need tall buildings. I said, well, you're wrong. And I'm going to prove you wrong. Because I'm going to tell you to call the Office of Planning, and they'll tell you that that's wrong. He said, well, I don't actually have to do that. I already called them. And they said that. We got plenty of room. What's happened since? What we want to do is have special favors for developers that they need to have. That's not the reason to amend the Hyde Act. And the comp plan process, with all due respect to my chairman of the city council, who's been through this long before he was on the council, the horse trading that goes on there is not the way to deal with the Hyde Act. And while you ponder going through the comp plan process to amend the Hyde Act on a spot zoning type basis, remember that OP will likely be up in Congress arguing that height should be increased in the L'Enfant City. We don't know what Congress will do. Do we want to take that risk in proposing a solution in search of a problem? I suggest that NCPC does not want to pave the way for the Hyde Act to be changed in the L'Enfant City or in the rest of the city. Let's keep this one city. Please vote to endorse the staff's original draft report. Thank you.
Next up is Ann Sullivan, followed by Richard Bush, and then John Lawrence Hargrove.
These recommendations are extremely damaging to the unique and beautiful essence of Washington. The vague wording leads to many interpretations, which can lead to permissive, unintended law. I support Mr. May's motion with eloquent reasons to eliminate number 2 in the proposal. The city is nowhere near being built out to the limits of the 1910 Act, and no account has been taken of the ebb and flow of population, or the vast improvements in infrastructure which would be needed, or the burden it would place on residents for additional taxes. Unchallenged is the absurd notion by the planning office that an increase in height would produce more housing for lower income residents. The opposite would likely result. A dangerous part of the L'Enfant City portion is the penthouse wording saying occupancy. That's the suggestion of a 20-foot penthouse. The 18.5-foot should be retained, not raised to 20 feet. It's necessary that NCPC spell out that the new zoning proposal must require setbacks from all building lines in a new building. No office or residential use should be permitted in any penthouse. This would inevitably result in demands lessening the setback, creep to the edges of a building lined up as 2-story occupied additions on top. Ms. Kemp referred to this possible thrust, and it really is quite dangerous. Outside the L'Enfant City, NCPC is by no means limited to protecting merely federal sites and viewsheds to only the Capitol and the White House. This is an inaccurate and narrow interpretation of the scope of NCPC's duties. The important Macmillan Plan is completely ignored. It's planned federal reserves in the form of parks, playgrounds, federal sites interlocking with campuses and cemeteries, which are private. Your recommendations don't even mention the Soldiers' Home, an extremely important part of the plan, nor are the ring of Civil War forts acknowledged. They encompass the most undeveloped land in the city and need to be preserved. NCPC should recommend no changes whatsoever to the 1912 plan. Thank you.
Mr. Bushwalk.
Good afternoon, everybody. I had very short comments to make, and I'm gonna try to edit them as I hear other people. But essentially, I'm here today representing, this is still the truth, representing the Historic Districts Coalition, and 13 neighborhood organizations signed on to this position, as well as 6 prominent people who work in historic preservation in the District of Columbia and live here. Essentially, the Historic Districts Coalition supports the notion that it supports the notion, or the motion created by and presented just a few minutes ago by Commissioner Ames. And we have the following other observations to make about the planning process and to include it in the final draft in more than just one place. It's sort of mentioned kind of off to the side, but it's an important element in this whole process. In terms of the areas where increased building heights might be allowed, we would like included in the draft the notion that identity, or to identify the documentation that would be necessary to justify such increases. And finally, we're in the same camp as others who've already spoken here, that the height of penthouses should remain at 18.5 feet. Thank you for this opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bush. Next up is John Lawrence Hargrove, and he will be followed by Sally Burke, and then Jordan McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm speaking on my own behalf and that of my wife, and use Hargrove, not attend today because of illness. We make 4 points, which I will try to summarize. First, the EDR properly puts to rest the notion that the county should entertain the possibility of tinkering with building height limits within the lawful city. Second, turning to the EDR's analysis and recommendations regarding the rest of the city, we find the view of the federal interest that may be engaged by this specific proposal, which is possible modifications of federal law affecting land use over the entire city, much of it already federally recognized as of historic value, and not just the topographic goal and the defined territorial enclaves that are of special federal concern. We find this view of this specific issue as to the federal interest unnecessarily cramped and narrow. Leaving that aside, however, and turning thirdly to the EDR's second recommendation on page 10. This recommendation's net effect is that any changes to the Hyde Act, to the limits applicable within or outside the lawful city must be done, if at all, on the basis of a carefully detailed review through the federally established comprehensive planning process, securing the necessary democratic input and support necessary for amending the comprehensive plan by the DC Council, to be followed if the plan then calls for changes by congressional action amending the act. The recommendation does not presuppose that the Hyde Act limits should be changed at all, and it accurately describes the necessary and appropriate process for considering any future proposals for change, should there be any. Certainly, it properly rejects the district's proposal to rush to judgment by abolishing height limits immediately. Having done this, however, the EDR now itself incongruously rushes to judgment by recommending, in one sentence on page 13, immediate congressional action, not to amend the height act limits, but to, quote, allow the federally mandated planning process to entertain and act on proposals to do so. This congressional action, which would merely affirm what is already clearly allowed and in fact probably mandated in law, would be without significant legal effect and entirely superfluous, a gratuitous distraction. The Senate has the earmarks of a mere verbal sop to advocates of immediate repeal of the height limits. It is inconsistent with EDR's earlier stated position, and it should be stricken, or failing that, the draft should revert to the previous recommendation on this point, or perhaps better, dropped altogether. Fourthly, on roof structures, just 3 points. First, if the act is to be amended at some point to allow human occupancy, its uses should be exhaustively specified. Secondly, the EDR properly insists on a 1-to-1 setback, but it should also specify setback from what, which means from all exterior walls properly defined as in the act without new foundation. Finally, NCPC should not commit to a 20-foot height limit. It should be satisfied with the 18.5 height limit now in the zoning rewrite, which indeed specifies 10 feet, which is for some areas, which is more than adequate for any human occupancy. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Sally Burke?
I'm testifying on my own behalf as a chauvinistic Washington native, an architect, a historic preservationist, and possibly one of my greatest loves, a student of urban development. And my study of cities has led me to believe that one of a city's greatest assets, other than having a strong economic base like the federal government, one of the city's best assets is a sense of place. A sense of place attracts people, engenders a community spirit, and brings in dollars. And I think that Washington's sense of place is largely the result of the Height of Buildings Act, so I would like to see it retained throughout the city. In the interest of time, I'm in complete support of the statement by the Committee of 100, and had intended to elaborate briefly on 2 of the elements. The second recommendation, but fortunately Commissioner May has saved me having to comment on it, only to say that I support his motion and am very grateful for it. So that leaves only my comments on recommendation number 4, which is allowing increased height and more intense use of penthouses. With all due regard to Commissioner May, in fact now maybe reverence to Commissioner May, I'm opposed to any increase in the height or use of penthouses based on the fact that this city is experiencing insidious creep, height creep, upward creep. Despite OP's contention that the 90-foot height limit is sacrosanct on 16th Street, it recently recommended and the Zoning Commission approved more than 105 feet height in the 900 block of 16th Street. Now, this can happen on both sides of the street because of an amendment to the comprehensive plan, i.e. spot zoning for 2 blocks of 16th Street. So I think that allowing any increase in the height or the use of penthouses only opens the door to more creep, to more examples of what happened and will happen in the 900 block of 16th Street, and perhaps even worse scenarios. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Next up is Dora McGrath. He will be followed by Alma Gates, and then Mary Alice Levine.
I'm John McGrath. I speak today as a former member of the, or chairman of the Committee 100,
But today I speak by myself. I thoroughly support the statement of our president, current president, past president, and so on, and that the Building Height Act should not be changed except for modernizing the language where it is inappropriate. Secondly, once again, I would like to compliment the NCBC for its approach to a difficult job. It's done well. I admire your approach, and the presentation by Lucy Kemp was very, very helpful, in my opinion. At a hearing staged on July 9th, on July 19th, 2012, the carefully chosen panel presented its ideas on the suggested elimination or modification of the Building Height Act. The panel was carefully chosen to include 4 advocates of Congressman Issa's position, and one opponent thereof, only one. One of those chosen advocates was an emissary of the mayor, now under investigation. The opponent selected was the Committee of 100's former chairman, Laura Richards. Richards presented an eloquent reasons why the Building Height Act is important and to the city and its identity, but the panel was clearly intent upon changing this. This was unfair, was wrong. It reflected what is wrong with our concept of participatory democracy. In his book, Skylines of the World, Yesterday and Today, Goodspeed wrote that, I quote from him, Washington, D.C. has chosen whether to become the city of empty buildings or be unparalleled in the world. Its skyline is marked by modern symbols of capitalism, either by monuments of the people and the events that are the pillars of American democracy, or the very shapers of the national identity of the United States. I think this is important. Now, the draft recommendations suggest the comprehensive plan and subsequent rezoning will offer needed change to the Height of Building Act. These are so-called targeted locations that you mentioned. I think it's a real mistake. To be perfectly frank, no one knows anything about the comprehensive plan except in crisis times, such as the present time. No one knows. No one knows. Comprehensive plan comes to life only when needed and is seen as a complete fiction to most of the city's populace. Having the fact that most people in the city, given the fact that most people in the city do not understand the comprehensive plan or the zoning process, it is of little use. And I therefore support completely Commissioner May's proposal that we eliminate section 2. Now, let me say this. This is different from my previous testimony. I shall hurry. NCPC has provided the substance that the opponents of the Building Height Act lack. You, as commissioners, have been able to steer a straight course for extinction. You realize that? And given the general public impression and ignorance of the comprehensive plan by the city, you will be easy meat for those who oppose you and pursue the art of deal making. We specialize in deal making in this city. We have ample evidence already, given the general public apathy about the lack of planning countrywide and your sense of planning for the capital of the free world makes no sense at all. You may well render yourselves indispensable.
Thank you.
United Trust. The Executive Director's recommendation on the Height Master Plan for Washington, D.C. is well-written, thorough, and its 5 recommendations make clear the actions the Commission proposes for each. However, actions outlined in Recommendation 2 raise some serious questions. Imagine what Pierre Laurent would say if he were standing here today, looking out over the city he planned, with its ceremonial spaces and grand avenues. These avenues, which respect the contours of the land, have been imposed over a grid and radiate from the two most significant building sites, which are occupied by houses of Congress and the President. For nearly 100 years, a height limit has preserved the broad, horizontal nature of the city, allowing light and air to reach the pedestrian level, which has resulted in a picturesque skyline pierced by steeples, domes, towers, and monuments. NCPC is wise to recommend that the approach proposed by the Office of Planning would likely add the most height where it is least appropriate. Those streets and views focused on the U.S. Capitol and the White House. Perhaps Walthall would have this advice for NCPC regarding recommendation 2. Areas outside the city I planned were distant in my day, but today more than ever they need the Height Act, which has protected both my plan and areas outside my plan for more than a century. Walthall would point out that recommendation 2 in the EDR highlights the dangers of leaving future decisions to politicians, lobbyists, and a complicated, never-ending process of possibly differing views, pitting federal versus local officials. Thank you, Commissioner May, for your motion. NCPC should not recommend that Congress amend the Height Act today to allow for targeted exceptions through the federally legislative comprehensive planning process. Even if Congress determines to keep the Height Act in place citywide, NCPC must be very deliberative in its approval of a process by which question of the city's long-term growth can be addressed in areas outside the L'Enfant City. Recommendation 2 is a major concern which would cause L'Enfant to bristle and caution. Amending the comprehensive plan to allow targeted height exceptions appears to be an open invitation to engage in ad hoc decision-making, which leaves the city's 130 identified neighborhoods with a very uncertain future and even ripe for influence peddling and huge abuses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mary Alice Levine, followed by John Sandor, and then George Gaines. Mary Alice. Let's go to John Sandor, followed by George Gaines, and then George Oberlander.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm speaking on behalf of the Peace and Preservation League, the city-wide nonprofit advocate for preservation of the city's historic resources. While we have been supportive of the Commission's previous draft recommendation limiting changes to the 1910 Height of Buildings Act to adding flexibility in the use of the currently available penthouse envelope, we find reason to object to the final draft of proposed changes just released. On the issue of the penthouse, the proposal to increase the allowable height to 20 feet when combined with allowing occupancy there will only increase the occasions that the penthouse will be built to a larger volume. We believe that the visual effect of the streetscape of the added mass will often be negative. And we find it sort of curious that there's no real justification given for why incremental increases necessary. It leaves us a little suspicious as to what really the purpose of that increase would be. We are pleased, though, to have Commissioner May's amendment on the table, because of even greater concern to us are the changes proposed in recommendation 2. They seem to be designed to accommodate growth and development goals put forth by the city, goals that are based on inadequate or flawed documentation of both need and effect that has been pointed out by many others here today. The historic fabric of Washington does not stop at the boundaries of the L'Enfant plan. and we do not feel that the approach proposed in recommendation 2 provides sufficient protection to the distinctive character of our city as a whole. We do not believe that it's worth putting that character at risk by amending the Height Act to allow for targeted exemptions, even if done through the federally mandated comprehensive planning process. We appreciate the careful attention NCPC has given to their charge to review the Height of Buildings Act and applaud your recommendation for continued restriction within the L'Enfant plan, as well as increased scrutiny of significant view sheds, though one might question whether that increased scrutiny is necessary if you don't undertake recommendation 2. We do not, however, find that beyond the technical changes related to the building code and the penthouse occupancy provision, that an adequate case has been made for change in legislation that effectively continues to serve the interests of the federal city and its residents. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Mr. Gaines?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to be here today. I'm George Gaines. I, by my own decisions, have been a DC resident for 58 years and a DC tax-paying property owner for 44 years. I love the district. I want my city to continue to be beautiful, inviting, and inspiring to its residents and to our many visitors. Cities, especially those that are cherished and have long been protected by its residents and visitors, developed a distinct character and look. No one would dispute that DC's unique look and character are widely recognized and appreciated across the country and indeed around the world. That is why I've lived here, raised my family here, worked here, and gladly pay my taxes to maintain the character and look of this city. That is why I oppose the final version of the EDR and call on the Commission to reject it and instead to approve and send to Congress the earlier draft EDR, which found that there is no persuasive reasons to recommend that Congress change the current Height of Buildings Act. I, as most, agree that the L'Enfant City, or federal district, should be protected by height restrictions. Unlike some, I strongly believe that substantial elimination of height controls throughout much of the rest of the city would negatively impact the entire city, including the central core. Most importantly, unless the impact of our city's residents and neighborhoods is taken very seriously, growth policies will damage, if not destroy, a substantial portion of the district's existing tax base. I and the very large number of tax-paying residents like me who are rapidly changing the age demographic of our city will find that we have no choice but to consider leaving the city. The character and look that first attracted me to the city, that encouraged me to essentially commit my life to live here, will be substantially changed and eliminated. I fear that would so cut my connection to my long-cherished home that it would likely leave me no choice but to move elsewhere to live and pay taxes. I am testifying as an individual, but I would like to offer a position on the Height Act impact today. I am a member of the steering committee of 5333 Connecticut Neighborhood Coalition, a situation where the city has issued permits allowing a developer to develop a building which is not creep. We wish it were creep. It is outrageous abuse and complete ignoring the limitations of the Height Act. So I want to preserve the Height Act, and I want my city to defend and protect and to enforce those provisions. Thank you.
Next up is George Oberlander, followed by Eleanor Kelly Budick, and then Richard Houghton.
Good afternoon, Commission members. I'm George Oberlander, and Vice Chair of the National Coalition to Save the Mall. And also, I'm a retired Associate Executive Director of this commission, having served from 1965 to 1996, mainly in that capacity, and have survived 2 attempts in those years of raising the height. Mayor Washington, back in several years back, wanted to double the height automatically, and there were other proposals, but none from the Congress itself. As I only have 5 minutes, and half is already gone, I'm going to just address the EDR and the recommendations in the EDR. What is being passed out to you is the original statement of the coalition and my comments in the letter that has the Save them All letterhead on it. The coalition can support recommendation number 1, which indicates for the area inside the L'Enfant City, the height act limitation should remain in place and no changes should be made to the formula or approach for calculating allowable building height. Now, we certainly agree with the last paragraph on page 2 of the EDR, recommending, quote, focus on an established planning process, the comprehensive plan for the national capital, which I had a great deal to do with several years back, to responsibility, articulate the district's need to provide capacity and growth while implementing these changes in a way that protect federal interest and national resources. My own personal professional point of view is the current plan provides sufficient space for the amount of additional capacity that the Office of Planning is really attempting to achieve. We also agree with the staff finding, the second paragraph on page 9 of the EDR, examining the proposed ratio approach. That approach does not appear that the city would realize much additional capacity under this proposal. In addition, this approach adversely impacts the federal interest. We also concur in recommendation number 3, requiring much more further evaluation of citywide viewsheds, not only the most significant ones as shown on the slides, but this evaluation should be undertaken as part of a citywide neighborhood comprehensive planning policy update, not an ad hoc height change study. Now, we do not agree with that portion of recommendation number 2 suggesting, quote, NCPC recommend that Congress amend the law today to allow for targeted exception through the federal legislation and comprehensive planning process. If you read the executive director's recommendations, there are inconsistencies in the language, and if I had anything to do with having reviewed that originally before it goes to commission, I hope I would have caught those inconsistencies. We are concerned with recommendation number 4 dealing with human occupancy in existing and future penthouses, which could allow the camel's nose under the tent. More additional study of the implications of such a regulation change must be made, as staff cautioned in the EDR. And we also question the necessity for raising from 18.5 feet to 20 feet the penthouse restrictions. And the gentleman who made a comment about having 2 floors added to above the height limit is a potential under that kind of change in the height act. We question recommendation number 5, that the requirement for fireproof construction should be deleted. Such a deletion has nothing to do with the height of buildings. It is a legal matter or an administrative matter as to how to update the act concerning construction requirements to reflect more modern technologies. We implore the Commission to not recommend to the Congress that the law today be changed. The EDR on page 13, first full paragraph. This is not consistent with and contrary to the beginning of recommendation 2 of the EDR on page 10. Thank you for your consideration, concerns and comments. Without further study and comprehensive planning process, which was well outlined by the staff, proposing alternatives to the 1910 Height Act would negatively impact the current international recognized character of the national capital. And since I have 15 seconds left, I just want to respectfully remind the Commission members that the creation of this Planning Act in 1952, creating this commission, says that it is a central federal planning agency for the federal government,
created to, and I emphasize, preserve the important historical and natural features of the national capital. And by definition, national capital under the Planning Act is the District of Columbia and the federal lands in the national capital region. Now, nobody has ever, in terms of height issues, addressed that, but that is what the act says. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Budick, followed by Richard Houghton, and then Benedict afterward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I am speaking as an individual rather than a representative of the Citizens Association of Georgetown today. I do want to mention that the Citizens Association of Georgetown is a signatory to the Historic Districts Coalition comments and previous letters. So I wanted to be sure that was clear. I, as an individual and in support of the EDR's recommendations 1, 3, and 5. I support Commissioner May's recommendation, motion to strike recommendation number 2. And as far as recommendation number 4 and the raising of the height limit from 18.5 feet to 20 feet for the penthouses, I am not in support of, and I am not in support of human occupancy of those penthouses. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Houghton? Richard Houghton? Benedict Albrun? Followed by Melissa Kunstadler, and then Bernard Gray.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. My name is Benedict Albrun and a resident of Ward 1. I wanted to thank the Commission for the excellent work done by the staff on the final recommendation of the DC Height Act. I support Commissioner May's motion to remove recommendation 2. Recommendation 1 to preserve the Height Act in the Belflur City greatly pleases the DC residents and is truly admirable. Congratulations on saving the DC Height Act so cherished by Washingtonians, visitors from out of town, and tourists in the Belflur City. Thank you for preserving the unique and human-scale city of Washington, D.C. Thank you for listening and taking into consideration the testimonies of numerous residents, civic and professional organizations that voiced their concerns on October 30th about altering the horizontal skyline and affecting the monumental core of our beloved city. But I still have reservations on the proposal for the 20-foot maximum height for penthouses you are referring to, page 16, recommendation 4, to increase the city's tax base. Nevertheless, DC Height Act is not only about federal interest within the Belflur City. It is about an entire livable city that showcases our monuments, the White House, and Capitol. The final report released Sunday evening does not provide enough protection for the whole city. The comprehensive plan is what is supposed to be protecting us regarding zoning, but could be amended in a way that could jeopardize neighborhoods in Washington, D.C. The comp plan process is due for minor update at the end of 2014. We do not trust our government that regularly fails to represent the well-being of the residents. Any changes to the DC Height Act will destabilize communities, and some of them are already experiencing major changes, causing gentrification and the redevelopment of beautiful single-family row houses into minimum 5 condos. There is no need to abandon the DC Height Act. DC doesn't like space or land for building houses, as it is shown in the OP's report. Millions of square feet of land can still be developed. And I do not believe that there is substantial data provided to support OP's growth claim. I urge the Commission to vote on the recommendation for the historic Belflur City provided in the final report of the DC Height Act, and to keep the Height Act in place citywide. Thank you.
Ms. Kunstadler?
Thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon.
My name is Melissa Kunstadter. I am an officer of the Penthouses Neighbors Association, but I am speaking as an individual. I am here to testify against any changes to the existing Height Act, which needs to be preserved for the entire city. I applaud the Commission's proposed plan that just came out recently, but I remain concerned that it does not provide enough protection for the city outside of a limited area around and about the White House. My family and I have lived in Tenleytown for the past 25 years, just a block and a half east of Wisconsin Avenue. Our block is quiet and tree-lined. My neighbors are varied. We are but a short walk to the convenient shopping and restaurants along Wisconsin Avenue, bus transportation, and the metro system. Despite Wisconsin Avenues being a major transportation corridor and an evacuation route, I believe it is because of the existing Height Act, which has kept the heights of most commercial buildings on that avenue to 2 or 3 stories, that our neighborhoodiness has been preserved. Should the Height Act be changed, and therefore the issues of height, density, and parking be affected, it will be the ruination of my neighborhood. Noise, traffic, the blocking of sunshine and open skies will be the result, the drastic change unlikely ever to be undone once built. Tenleytown is not only the second oldest neighborhood in the city, it also, like many other areas embracing the city, includes Civil War forts on its heights. Because Washington, D.C. was planned as a whole, its beauties are meant to be seen from all prospects. Should building heights be mismanaged, not only Tenleytown's, but also the city's intentions and ambience will be badly affected. How can we, as stewards of such historical and modern inheritance, allow our dwelling place to be so despoiled? The Office of Planning has been remiss in offering substantiated data about the reasons for their proposed changes to the Height Act and the consequent impacts upon our communities and city. Where are there substantiated data that our existing infrastructure can successfully serve such imposed new density? From sewers to parking to the metro system, Tenleytown, for example, is already nearing capacity. Washington is a city of unique neighborhoods which ought to be cherished out of a sense of our history and also for the nurturing benefit of the people living there. It is also our nation's capital and thus bears importance beyond our city's gates and throughout our country to all of our citizens and residents. And because we are America, what Washington does and how it looks and operates resonates throughout the rest of the world. Our city matters as a political and cultural entity and symbol. We therefore have a responsibility to be exceptionally prudent in any changes we might consider to what has served us so well and so long. Please, retain the existing Height Act in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you. Vernon Gray, followed by Carolyn Cook, and then Meg McGuire.
Good afternoon. I am Bernard A. Gray Sr. I was born, reared, educated in this city. I've lived here all my life, and we did that by choice. We chose to live in Anacostia, part of the historic district. We did that because of the uniqueness of this city. And I think that in moving the heights, increasing them, will destroy the eminence and the feeling that we have as residents of the city. I've always believed that the federal interest is not just downtown, but it is the entire city because it is the capital of the United States. It belongs to every citizen of the United States. I support keeping the height limits as well as the penthouse footage of 18.5 feet. While the comprehensive plan may protect, without it automatically going into zoning, it will not protect. It did not protect the Anacostia Historic District. even though they say that the district is supposed to be 2 stories. We have a 4-story building, and someone has just applied to give us 6 stories. We need the protection of the height limits, and we ask you to make sure that this city is protected, the federal interest of the entire city is protected through your efforts. Thank you.
Carolyn Cook. Carolyn Cook, Meg McGuire.
Thank you. A resident of Capitol Hill since 1977. I urge the Commission to adopt the original staff recommendations on the Hyde Act, not the compromise under consideration today. While I appreciate the pressures to appear reasonable by compromising, this issue calls for taking a stand. Why go forward to Congress with a position that compromises your better judgment, particularly when it will change the common rules under which DC has operated successfully and kick the door open to developers for zoning? You may feel that how the city conducts its affairs is not your concern, as long as it does not impact the form of the L'Enfant City. But when the skyline of the city begins to change, you may rue the day you endorse this compromised position. If you were a developer whose prime motivation is to make money, wouldn't you feel entitled to extra height and fight hard to get it? It is ironic that the Office of Planning proposes to create 2 sets of rules for the city, rules that will divide the protected from the unprotected. How can you justify NOMA within the L'Enfant City having a different set of rights from neighborhoods outside the L'Enfant City? Petworth, Brookland, Forest Hills, Tinleytown, Deanwood, or Anacostia. What has happened to Mayor Gray's so-called one city? And what is his message now? We are not a dumb growth city in need of drastic change to the rules governing development. Are wards 5, 7, and 8 become the battleground for a scale of development unlike more favored parts of the city? The comprehensive plan in which the Office of Planning asks you to invest your faith will not stop this process. Let's look at the zoning changes now before the Zoning Commission and see if you can figure out the basis in the comprehensive plan for many of those changes recommended by OP. If the Hyde Act is opened up, the comp plan will become even more of a Pandora's box. Council will be besieged with requests to change the plan and make exceptions. Planners will cite general comp plan references to economic development to justify promotion of developer preferences. Favored developers will have an end before the public ever learns of their plans and deals. Excluded neighborhoods will be scrambling to make a case for why they should be at the same scale as neighborhoods included in the L'Enfant City. Once again, the burden will fall on individuals to organize and protest, further fueling our anger and cynicism. We are rapidly learning that we can no longer count on the rules of development that have served the city so well and have brought DC to this point of prosperity and hope. NCPC oversees the physical well-being of the nation's capital on behalf of the American people. You can serve as a counterweight to mounting pressure for unwanted change. Do not handicap our city by opening up the Hyde Act, and please do not divide our city in 2. Thank you.
Next up is Janet Quigley, followed by Carol Ayton, then George Idelson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bryan and Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to testify once again on this matter. My name is Janet Quigley, and I am testifying on behalf of the Capitol Hill Restoration Society. CHRS has promoted historic preservation and residential quality of life on Capitol Hill for more than 50 years. And one reason that I'm so involved in this issue is that it was near and dear to the heart of our past president, Dick Wolf, who was very passionate about the city and about the Hyde Act. And so for that reason, among many others, I'm very committed to preserving the Hyde Buildings Act. After numerous hours of hearings and discussions on the Hyde Act and the Hyde Master Plan, I think just about everything has been said. This year-long process has been diligently facilitated by the NCPC and Office of Planning staffs, and it's certainly made an important contribution to the dialogue on what one of the world's great capital cities is, can be, and should be. CHRS stands by its position that no changes to the Height Act are necessary and continues to respectfully disagree with the Office of Planning argument for increases. Consistent with that position, we concur with recommendations 1 and 3 of the NCPC's final report. Barring increases within the L'Enfant City will retain the landscape character of the historically significant avenues that host our public buildings, and additional protections for the city's viewsheds are certainly important and welcome. We do not concur with recommendations 2 or 4, and of course support Commissioner May's suggestion for deleting recommendation 2. Washington DC is one city, and all residents should benefit equally from its protections. Thus, it is not necessary to establish a process to allow targeted exceptions for height outside the L'Enfant City. As for number 4, occupied penthouses would be the camel's nose under the tent for ad hoc increases and would invite height creep, which would not serve the city well. In summary, we commend NCPC for its exhaustive work on this important matter and recommend the Commission reject any proposals related to height increases. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Aiden?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Carol Aiden. I have lived and worked in multiple areas of Washington, D.C. for over 40 years and currently live in the Palisades. I think this is a wonderful, special city and I'd like to see it kept that way. I'm testifying in support of recommendation 1 of the Executive Director's staff report and in opposition to recommendation 2. I urge NCPC to apply recommendation 1 to the entire city. Both the draft report and the final report very cogently describe a federal interest in Washington, D.C. that reaches beyond the L'Enfant Plan area. Federal parks and facilities are distributed throughout the city, and current plans would further that effort. Conversely, no compelling case has been made for the need to raise the height limitations. The need described by the Office of Planning Studies is far in the future and very speculative. The risks of allowing taller buildings without a clear understanding of the impacts on views, infrastructure, security, etc., far outweigh the speculative benefits that the Office of Planning's draft report suggested. Why risk ruining the views of downtown and the monuments from the higher points in the city and around the topographic fold? Notably, Cedar Hill, the wonderful picture we saw, the Frederick Douglass National Historic Site, and its amazing views of the city, as well as Civil War defense sites, St. Elizabeth's, and the National Cathedral. While the process is described in recommendation 2 may sound eminently reasonable, it would be naive to think decisions would not be heavily influenced by developers and their economic interests. The concept of targeted exceptions described in recommendation 2 almost screams out for such pressures to make amendments to a comprehensive plan. The last paragraph of recommendation 2 emphasizes the need for additional careful study, quote unquote. Those studies should be done before any process to make changes in height limits is approved. I urge you not to open this can of worms until it is known that height changes are required. Recommendation 1 should apply to the entire city, and I support Commissioner May's proposed amendment and applaud his eloquent rationale.
George Idelson, followed by Dennis James, and then Kathy Henderson. Mr. Idelson. Mr. James.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bryan and Commissioners. Why are we here today? What's the hurry? As members of the concerned public, we're here with one business day's notice of a 27-page report that, if its recommendations are approved by this commission, will lay the groundwork for massive further destabilization of many DC neighborhoods, particularly mine, Adams Morgan, which sits just above the topographic bowl with many fine views of downtown and the federal monuments. I'd like to say at this point that I support Commissioner May's motion. Why do I say this? Because giving an inch to this Office of Planning will lead to more and more demands by development interests. And that is all that this discussion is about. More money for the DC Treasury, not quality of life and respect for the history of a place. The DC Office of Planning's policies already lead to serious destabilization in many neighborhoods. Their Historic Preservation Review Board and staff allows grotesque redevelopment of wonderful historic single-family row houses into 8 and 9 unit condos, the approvals for which are in direct contradiction of the Department of Interior's and their own guidelines. The profit that developers can make from such projects is large and thus destabilizing in that homeowners can't resist the selling prices being offered. Those neighbors remaining are left to deal with the results of bad design using inferior materials such as plastic brick veneer and the instability of an endless cycle of new neighbors and efficiency in one-bedroom apartments in which few ever put down permanent roots. This is the type of planning that DC's OP engages in. We can only expect such economic pressures to grow if additional heights are allowed. Allowing them anywhere will create constant pressure to allow them in more places. The process by which we got here is illegitimate and this must be recognized. The public meetings that were held were grossly inadequate to engage the residents of the District of Columbia. Every advisory neighborhood commission should have been visited and engaged. The time of year of many of the meetings, summer, was not conducive to civic engagement due to vacations, and some ANCs and civic groups were in recess. To push the city into such a discussion at the very time that OP was presenting its final revisions of the zoning regulations review is typical of this Office of Planning, seeking a time where those most involved in such issues were up to their eyeballs in the minutiae of that process. It's a shame that NCPC has been drawn into such a process. I hope it is clear from these comments that many DC residents have no confidence in this Office of Planning. Only because Chairman Mendelson held a City Council hearing on this matter did DC residents have any opportunity to comment on a local level. The Cal Roma Citizens Association held a special meeting in August 2013 just so that we could address this matter at the earliest possible moment and be on the record whatever turns this process should take. Today I resubmit our previous testimony and resolution, which calls for no changes to the Height Act. Thank you.
Kathy Henderson, followed by Larry Werner, then Holly Muhammad.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the Commission. My name is Kathy Henderson. I am the Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner representing Single Member District 5D05, and I am here on behalf of my commission. I'm also the chair of 5D. We passed a resolution vehemently opposing any changes to the Height of Building Act. It is an affront to the citizens that I represent, my neighbors, and this matter is an affront to every citizen in the District of Columbia. I want to read just a couple, and I associate myself with the comments of every citizen that has already testified in opposition to changing the Height Act in any way. In my time, let me just read you one of the emails I received from one of my constituents. My name is Joyce A. Davis. I was born at Freedman's Hospital 50 plus years ago. As a native Washingtonian and a lifelong resident, it is an honor and a privilege to live in the nation's capital, the capital of the free world. I feel that it is my birthright, and as well as the birthright of everyone living in or visiting DC, to be able to see the Washington skyline as it is now from all quadrants of the city and not to have it obstructed by taller buildings. As a child growing up, my mother would tell me that as long as I could see the Capitol Dome, I was never far from home. Joyce A. Davis, resident of Lang Place. This is another email I received from Commissioner India Henderson, who is the youngest elected representative in the District of Columbia currently and in the district's history. Good afternoon. I'm a native to Washington, D.C., and the youngest elected official in the district's history. I'm a 26-year-old woman that loves and respects the beautiful views that Washington, D.C. has to offer. I strongly do not support amending, changing the Height of Buildings Act at all. It is wonderful to be able to see the monument and Capitol from where I live without obstruction. Washington, D.C. is a wonderful, unique city filled with lots of diversity. I am not interested in having Washington, D.C. look like New York City. I think it is important to preserve our city's uniqueness. I support new development that helps our city thrive, but I do not support amending the Height Act. These are just two of comments that I've received from numerous citizens throughout this city. And I would like to know why we're in a process that, as you've already heard, is an illegitimate process, a process that truly infuriates us because it forecloses on everyone's right to fully participate. I come here again to renew our resolution in support of keeping the Height of Buildings Act just the way it is. And as you are aware, by law, ANCs are required to be given great weight in this matter. We are so furious with the Office of Planning under Ms. Tragoni's leadership that if given the opportunity to rate our government right now, rate our city agencies as the mayor is always asking us to do, the Office of Planning under Ms. Tragoni's leadership would get a big fat 0. We have never had such an affront, such a process that really just dismisses the will of citizens as an afterthought. This city, the views need to be protected for everyone. Everyone is entitled to views of DC, not just those persons who live on 16th Street, not just those persons who are within the L'Enfant footprint. We don't want two cities. We don't want to be polarized. We want to keep our views. And as we go forward, we want you to know that we feel strongly about this. You are not able to hear from every citizen in this process today, but we feel strongly about this. And the next thing we'll be asking for is Ms. Tragoni's resignation. Thank you.
Let's not make this personal.
It is personal. She has come to us with a process that is illegitimate.
Thank you.
It is offensive, and we protest it.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Larry Warner. Mr. Warner, welcome.
Thank you, sir. I'm Larry Warner. I was born in the city. I live here now. And in the interest of brevity, I'm going to try to cut this down. I'm here to say me too. No change to the current height. Me too. All the actual evidence that I've seen so far that your staff has produced goes against any change to the Height Act. Me too. Dozens, if not hundreds, of problems have been introduced by people testifying today, and I'm sure testifying earlier and in other hearings. What is the benefit of changing when all these problems are out there? They're unaddressed, and if the change comes on, they need to be addressed later. Me too. Changing doesn't produce anything now. It doesn't even produce anything in the near-term future or the foreseeable future. Why change? If it isn't broken, don't fix what isn't broken. There was a mayoral debate a couple of weeks ago. 6 candidates all said DC is doing very well, and while we can do better, we don't need to make massive changes. Don't put our city at risk. Need to adopt the original resolution you had in September. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Holly Muhammad, followed by Monty Edwards, and then Robert Niewig. Ms. Muhammad? Monty Edwards? Robert Niewig, and then Jay Smith.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. I'm Monty Edwards, and I live on Capitol Hill. The recommendation about whether and how to amend the Height of Buildings Act inside the L'Enfant City is contained in recommendation 1. I support recommendation 1. The recommendation about whether and how to amend the act outside the L'Enfant City is contained in recommendation 2. I oppose recommendation 2. Recommendation 2 is concerned with the area outside L'Enfant and is purported to balance the long-range potential growth needs with the importance of protecting the integrity of the form and character of the nation's capital, including a federal interest and local communities. In the first place, there's no data to support the need to accommodate that growth. But the recommendation sidesteps this deficiency and concentrates on what process should be used if it becomes necessary to accommodate a dialogue about growth and building heights. In other words, the recommendation concedes there is no need for a change to accommodate growth now, but nonetheless recommends a process if and when the need arises. The process that is recommended would allow amendments to the law outside the L'Enfant City to permit targeted exceptions through the comprehensive plan process. As explained in the recommendations, this process appears to provide safeguards, but in practice, the process for amending the comprehensive plan, as we saw in the 2010 amendment round, results in opaque amendments from the Office of Planning and further unexpected amendments at the whim of individual council members. In the last round of Office of Planning amendments, the number of Office of Planning amendments amounted to over 100. Were any of them vetoed by the NCP, one of the protections that's proposed in this recommendation? Or were any of them rejected by the Congress during the 30-day layover period, the other protection in this recommendation? We have seen the tax deferments that have been offered to developers. Do we expect the targeted exceptions to the Height Act would be any different? Recommendation 2 will result in spot zoning by the Office of Planning and the Council because the Zoning Commission will have to implement the targeted exemptions or exceptions in order that the zoning is not inconsistent with the comp plan. I oppose recommendation 2. The Height of Buildings Act should remain in place outside the L'Enfant City, and no change should be made in any part of the Height of Buildings Act. Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner May, for your motion.
Rob Newman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Robert Neweg, and I'm here on behalf of the National Trust for Historic Preservation. Let me summarize the 4 points of our written testimony which we've submitted. First, the National Trust strongly supports the Executive Director's recommendation that no changes should be made to the Height Act inside the L'Enfant City. We concur with the EDR's general determination that changes to the Height Act within the L'Enfant City and within the topographic bowl may have a significant adverse effect on federal interests. We also concur with the EDR that federal interest in our nation's capital includes historic sites, especially those sites on the National Register of Historic Places. These historic places are indeed at the core of the city's image and the experience millions of visitors have of our national capital. We also concur with the EDR's specific analysis that dramatic changes to the Height Act within the L'Enfant City would adversely affect federal interests. In particular, we note the Commission's analysis that those changes would likely add the most height where it's least appropriate. We also note the analysis that the changes proposed by the district would create little developable capacity within the L'Enfant City. Thus, the cost would be high in terms of adverse visual impact, while the benefit would be slight. Second, the National Trust does not support the recommendation by the Office of Planning to eliminate the Height Act outside of the L'Enfant City. Among other things, that recommendation relies on the office's mistaken assumption that there's little or no federal interest outside the L'Enfant City. Instead, we strongly support the EDR and its determination that there are significant and diverse federal interests located outside the L'Enfant City. If the Height Act were eliminated outside the L'Enfant City, we do not share the confidence expressed by the DC Office of Planning that any and all federal interests outside the L'Enfant City would be protected by the federal government's integral role in the comp plan process and its significant presence in the District Zoning Commission. Third, the Trust is currently reviewing the EDR's new recommendation number 2, which was released for the first time to for the public on November 17th. Essentially, recommendation number 2 recommends that the local government could plan for tall buildings outside the L'Enfant City and then the federal government could authorize exceptions to the Height Act in accordance with the local plan. In contrast, the Office of Planning recommends that outside the L'Enfant City, the federal government should eliminate the Height Act altogether, and then the local government could plan for tall buildings. While the Commission's approach would seem to be less potentially harmful to the historic character of the city than the district's approach, we believe that more careful study is needed to determine whether adequate safeguards would be in place under the approach recommended in the EDR. It is not clear, for example, what criteria would be used to identify exceptions to the Height Act, or how the public would be engaged in the proposed new approach, or how it is that the act shall be automatically amended when the comp plan revision is complete. Once this new recommendation has been fully evaluated by interested public and stakeholders, we imagine that serious questions will arise. For example, already, the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation had raised the question of whether the authorization of exceptions to the Height Act by NCPC through the comp plan process would constitute an undertaking as defined in Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act. If that authorization of exceptions constitutes a federal undertaking, then the agency would need to comply with the requirements of 106 prior to approving the proposed approach. Finally, the National Trust remains concerned about the degree of public participation in Phase 3 of the study. The Commission assured Congress last year that the study and its recommendations will be vetted through a public process and then presented to the Commission for action before submission to the committee. In this instance, the recommendations for changes to the Height Act that were released less than 48 hours ago should not be approved until that kind of meaningful public involvement has occurred. In summary, the National Trust believes that the Height Act has proven to be effective over the course of the past century in shaping and protecting the character of the nation's capital, and the Height Act continues to serve the public interest. The studies conducted by the local and federal governments do not make a persuasive case for an act. In our view, additional careful study is needed before amendment should be considered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Next up is Jay Smith, followed by Laura Richards.
Good afternoon. I'm a district resident. I've been here for over 2 decades. I live on Capitol Hill, in Van Ness, currently at Friendship Heights. And I was pleased to see that the Commission rejected the original proposals by the Office of Planning to eliminate the Height Act, both within the L'Enfant City and without. And the document that is before the Commission now makes a persuasive case to me as to why there should be no change. There's been no demonstration that the city is anywhere near capacity, and suggestions the district is running out of land on which to build are completely unsupported. As noted in the current report, the district is nowhere near the peak that it reached in the year 1950 of 800,000 persons. And so, with all that as background, I cannot understand why the Commission would choose to make recommendations to amend the Height Act, as it says, today, when there is no need to do so. The reason not to take action now is not that you're never going to consider changes in the future. A vote not to change the Height Act today is not a vote to say never. It's a vote to say not now, and to say it firmly, which is this Commission's role in protecting the federal interest and the city as a whole. It's really quite clear that if the Commission were to recommend and Congress were to adopt a procedure for targeted exceptions, it would set off a frenzied search in the Development Committee and community and with the Office of Planning to find the locations where a targeted exception is merited. But you've already seen, based on your citywide analysis, there's no need to raise the Height Act. And you've heard extensive testimony that the benefits of the Height Act accrue because it enforces some discipline that requires developers, requires the city to consider building out parts of the city that are currently underutilized. That discipline goes away if the process were to be changed. And it's also clear that although the current report speaks of avoiding the errors of other cities that allow decisions to be made on an ad hoc basis through the equivalent of spot zoning, that is exactly what you will get if the process changes. The suggestion the comp plan process will be protective is simply not realistic. The citizens who have come before you are very impressive. You've got representation from the entire city. You've got the DC Council. You've got everybody united in saying not to make any change. Those people are here before you now. They're asking for your support, and they can't be there in the future to fight this on a block-by-block basis against every developer who wants a skyscraper on a particular block. That's not the right level for making these decisions. You need to stand firm and not recommend any changes to the High Act. Thank you. Recommend any changes to the High Act. Thank you.
I'm also authorized to say that ANC 7B and the Federation of Civic Associations could not have witnesses here today, but they submitted testimony in an earlier hearing, and they want me to say that their positions have not changed. Both of those entities are opposed to any changes in the Hyde Act, and the ANC seeks the great way to which it is due. As for Penn Branch, my testimony will be cumulative today of what you've heard, but I am glad that it's cumulative. I'm glad to be part of a great cloud of witnesses on this issue. The Penn Branch has reviewed the revised staff recommendations regarding the Act, and we object, we object, we object. If NCPC feels that it must tinker with the Hyde Act, please go no further than your original proposal. In requesting the Hyde Act study, Representative Issa asked NCPC and the district to consider changes. He did not command you to propose them. It is perfectly reasonable for you to respond, thanks but no thanks. Nothing is broken, so there's nothing to fix. That is what your staff largely concluded in its original draft, and more importantly, that is what was said in the overwhelming weight of the testimony received at your earlier hearing and of course today. The revised staff memorandum largely echoes the DC Office of Planning report. The revised NCPC proposal, stripped of its verbiage regarding study, advice, and review, repeals the Hyde Act outside the L'Enfant City. As Big Branch said in our earlier testimony, outside the L'Enfant City, there would be no maximum height and no relationship of heights to street width. OP would usher in an era of free-for-all, anything-goes development. Changing the Hyde Act to create a two-tiered city, a height-managed federal Washington surrounded by a local DC, will destroy irretrievably the existing physical unity between the two and harm the daily quality of life for local residents. It will make a mockery of the executive branch's one city plan. The city will be more divided than ever. NCPC received testimony in opposition to the DCOP report from across the city, from preservationists, newcomers, longtime residents, planning professionals, and people like those who reside in Penn Branch, who love their city and its views and who respond viscerally to its physical cityscape and values of equality, democracy, and embraces. In contrast, a mere handful of witnesses supported the changes sought by the Office of Planning. Witnesses in the DC Council hearing on this issue testified overwhelmingly against repealing the Hyde Act anywhere in the city. Please bear in mind the extraordinary unity on this issue. District residents are deeply divided over gentrification, parking, bike lanes, affordable housing, and school boundaries. But we all embrace the Hyde Act. Penn Branch cannot understand why NCPC would sign on to the destruction of one of the district's few unifying principles. Your own staff has demonstrated that OP has not made a persuasive economic or demographic case for change. In the end, this is about hubris. This cannot be the basis for destroying a national cityscape and legacy. Do not seduce yourselves that this recommendation is a reasoned compromise. It is a betrayal. Please reject this recommendation and affirm the importance and permanence of the Hyde Act for all of the District of Columbia. Thank you. We want to applaud the Commissioner May's motion very much and call your attention in particular to the quote in Tersh Boasberg's testimony from the Carter Brown, yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Johnny Rice, followed by Bill Cruz, and then Faith Wheeler.
Good afternoon. Let me start by saying Hi, Auntie. All of these people that are sitting here, they may not know who I am, but have heard of me, so now I'm going to talk. I am a third generation Washington. I happen to have grown up on Capitol Hill. The area that I grew up in was called Trinidad. Now they're trying to call it Capitol East. We still like Trinidad. We still own the house. My sister still lives in that house. So I want you to understand the level of anger that I feel. I don't know why it is periodically somebody comes in this town and wants to change the height limit. I don't understand that. I really don't understand it because Washington is unique with our height limit. We love it, we want to keep it, and we don't need anybody messing with it. We don't have it, but we at least have that way. So now I'll read a prepared statement for you. I represent the Alabama, Massachusetts, Southern Avenue, Barker Lane Block Club. Some of you probably don't know where those streets are, but they're east of the river. I am, like I said, third generation. I'm a former vice chair of ANC 7E. And today I represent those neighborhoods east of the river that I live in. We are well outside of the L'Enfant City. The staff proposal before you today retains the Height Act inside the L'Enfant City and repeals it elsewhere. This proposal tells me that I and my neighbors are second-class citizens. As east of the river residents, we have the highest crime rates, we have the worst maintained schools, the fewest amenities, etc., etc. Now you know, now you want to take away even the Height Act and leave our neighborhoods to be sliced and diced and sold to the highest bidder. No more relationship between height and street width. Just whatever feels good. No more views from our backyards of the Capitol and the monument. And daily, when I walk down my street, I look at the Capitol and the monument. I want to continue to do that. No more daily visuals, evidence that despite all the things we don't have, we are part of the nation's capital. We are connected to the grand heritage. Southeast knows exactly what the Office of Planning feels about us and thinks about us, and where we could go and how fast we can get there. Well, we feel the same way about you. As a child, I lived through the great Southwest clearances. My grandmother and grandfather came out of Southwest. I have read the chilling Supreme Court decision that slammed the final door on our hopes for justice before they were swept away and ended up moving into Trinidad. Today is your turn to decide. You have a chance to act justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly in the steps of the great civic legacy. Please reject the staff proposal to keep the district a unified city. I also support Peter Mays' motion. And since I'm speaking for a group, I have a couple minutes. I'm going back to what I started out with. I do not understand you people that come to my hometown and you decide we don't know how to live in it, we don't know how to take care of ourselves. I have been employed at the D.C. City Council since the inception of the City Council. I have retired honorably from that City Council 3 times. So I serve my city. It is my city. And I don't care who you are, or who you think you are, you have no right to come in here and decide for people like me who are going to be here, because your butts are not going to be here. You're going with your next job. You are not going to be living here. 3 generations, 8 generations of my family still lives in this city. You people are not going to be here. You have no right to do this. We had one group that wanted to come in Fort DuPont where I live and put up a 12-story building. Thank God for the Park Service, because it's state land, parkland, and they couldn't do it. So I'm telling y'all, let it go. Phil, you know I'm serious. Arrington, you know I'm serious. Rob, you know I'm serious. Y'all know how much hell I can bring down. And it comes from all they do.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you. And
Bill Cruz. And Faith Wheeler. Ms. Wheeler, you're the last commenter.
President Allen. I'm Faith Wheeler. When I first came to Washington, D.C. in 1962, and lived in 5 different neighborhoods in the District of Columbia. And thank you for the opportunity to testify before you about the Hyde Act. I strongly support maintaining the Hyde Act in the District of Columbia, as well as the concept of one city. To my mind, the Hyde Act provides a certain majesty as well as a human scale for our nation's capital. It conveys a feel of accessibility, of democracy, of humanity. It's more about what this nation ideally stands for. Outside the monumental core and the Belflur escarpment, where I live, are smaller commercial districts and long-time residential neighborhoods, some of which are historic districts. Some of these, like Tacoma, D.C., are experiencing considerable change, with 6 large apartment buildings recently built and approved to be built. Most within 1 block of the metro station, and most next to or across the street from single-family detached homes. So far, these new apartment buildings are 4 stories, with one exception, which is 3 stories. Nonetheless, they have cast shadows, blocked views, and sit where mature trees once stood. They have also brought more residents who patronize several new businesses. At 4 stories and lower, they don't stick out like a sore thumb too much, although those immediately next to single-family detached homes do loom over those homes. Making them less desirable as single-family residences. Their future is in question. So while most of these apartment buildings have been and will be built on land that did not contribute to the aesthetic of the neighborhood, the developers have generally maximized the height and breadth currently allowed, and sometimes squeezing against the properties of single-family homes. Thus, families, the character of the community, the sense of place are sometimes given short shrift. This is particularly true of the proposed 6 or 7 story massive apartment building on a 26-foot wide street, which is currently proposed on the Tacoma Metro site, and that is in the Tacoma Park, D.C. Historic District. Families, character of the community, and sense of place are being given short shrift. A clear example of that is the blocks of East-West Highway, just north of us in Silver Spring, between Georgia Avenue and Coastal Road. It is replete with very tall apartment buildings with virtually no character on the street. NOAA headquarters is also there. What is particularly startling is the number of 4 lease signs on vacant first-floor retail spaces along these few blocks. This is not a model that should be replicated in the District of Columbia. I'd like to quote Donovan Whitfield: "A place indistinguishable from any other place has no competitive advantage. A some place with no differentiation becomes an any place, and the distance between an any place and no place is short indeed."
Thank you very much. Thanks to everyone who came out to provide public testimony. As I mentioned earlier, we've had a great deal of public testimony at community meetings over the course of the last year, and almost all of the meetings have been well attended and robust. So that ends the public comment period. We'll now return to the commission, and the motion on the table is Mr. May's motion. And Mr. Williams.
I would like to speak to the motion I will be supporting Mr. May's amendment, and I have something I want to hand out.
Mr. Chairman, just point, Mr. Chairman, point of, see, do we have a motion that this amendment is applied to? Anybody move the executive director report?
No.
So we're amending something that's not on the table.
Right.
That's right.
That's correct.
Our amendment.
That is
We can correct that easily.
Yes, you can.
Mr. May, will you withdraw your motion for the purposes of this?
Sorry, I guess I'm confused because I thought in the past when we took the trouble of amending the motion before it was moved.
Well, for discussion purposes, let's go ahead and put the EDR.
So I can modify my motion if that's to move the EDR and then.
Okay.
All right.
So the
I would move the EDR as proposed to be amended.
It's been moved and seconded, so the EDR itself is on the table for discussion, and Mr. May's motion to delete recommendation 2 is still on the table, having been moved and seconded. Mr. Johnson, you have
I have this to hand out. And what's being handed out is a resolution that was introduced today in the council and signed by 12 of the 13 council members. I think the most important point that I can make is that the district government is not in agreement with regard to the proposal that's before us or the proposal that the Office of Planning has advocated. And I think what you heard from some of the witnesses was a level of anger that I realize might have been jarring for some of the members, but it's an anger because there are members of the public who feel that the mayor's position was developed without consultation with the public. The first opportunity that the public really had to comment on the Office of Planning's proposal, because they hadn't seen it as part of, was at October 28th. And I was surprised by the fact that of the 35 witnesses who actually testified, 33 of them were absolutely opposed to the Office of Planning's proposal. And I'd like to note that even though what is before us today, that is the EDR that was circulated, although I think the amendment, I'm not clear whether the motion is to move the EDR as amended, but that recommendation number 2, which is seen as a consensus or a compromise, is really nothing more than a variation of what the Office of Planning has been advocating, which is to amend the Height Act so that it does not apply outside of the Lafayette City. There's a slight variation in what was circulated in the EDR because it now speaks to a comprehensive plan process being required, but it's really not much different. And the point is that at the public hearing that the council held, the testimony overwhelmingly was opposed to the amending the Height Act. What the resolution that I've circulated that was co-introduced by 12 of the 13 members says is that there should not be a change now to the comprehensive plan, and that if there is to be a change in the Height Act, that that the comprehensive planning must precede an amendment to the Height Act, not follow amending the Height Act. I think that's the most important point that I can make. You've heard it from the citizenry. You've heard it at least twice here. I heard it at a public hearing. I've heard it at meetings that I've attended throughout the city. Last weekend, last Saturday, I was at a meeting of the Ward 8 Democrats where the issue of the Height Act came up and changes. And citizens are nearly universal in opposing what the Office of Planning has proposed. And the council, as I said, 12 of 13 members do not support it. The other point that I want to make, and I think I've made this in some private conversations, is that I think the view of what is the federal interest is too limited. I don't really want to speak in terms of federal interest. I think I want to speak in terms of the national interest. Indeed, the District of Columbia is a creation of the Constitution. The Constitution said that there shall be a federal district, a district not exceeding 10 miles square. What the Founding Fathers saw was that the nation's capital was going to be this area that was going to be treated as a monumental city, as a national city, as a world-class city. And to be sure, for at least a century, if not longer, there were some people who questioned whether we really were a monumental city with our dirt roads and open sewers and so forth. But that was the vision. That was the vision that Pierre Lafont laid out. That was a vision that 100 years later with the Macmillan Plan addressed. We've seen this continually, where there's this view that this city is unique. And that is the interest. And it's not just simply a federal interest, that is, we, the National Capital Planning Commission, care only about a federal building, let's say the White House, and the relationship of development to that federal building, but rather that the interest is that this is a monumental city, this is a national city, this is a world capital. And it's a legacy issue as well. That is, we can't undo whatever change we make today. If we say that there can be taller buildings, we're not going to be able to roll that back. Harriet Tregoni and I were at a memorial service on Sunday, and there was I think it was the minister who made a comment about life is what we live, legacy is what we lead to the future. So I would argue that the interest is broad, much broader than what has been discussed in these discussions here at the National Capital Planning Commission. And that the interest, the national interest, the vision of this world capital is an interest that is a human scale, which we have with the limitations of the 1910 Act. A unique city that's different than other major U.S. cities. A city that has a horizontal skyline, although it's not completely horizontal, because we do have some, what do I want to call it, pinnacles or spires, such as the Basilica, such as the old post office, such as the Capitol. But that is a very unique, that is our national, that is our world-class interest. And it's a city that with the scale, with the human scale, is also a scale in which landmarks predominate. You know, I'm reminded that a couple years ago I was walking around in downtown Philadelphia, in Independence Hall, you know, a beautiful structure, and it's completely overwhelmed. And here we don't have that because of our uniqueness and our horizontal scale. That's the legacy, and I just cannot support. I cannot support the recommendation 2, which essentially says amend the Height Act today to allow, through a local process, yes, a process that we've been through that NCPC is involved in, but that we will, because the Height Act has been amended, because that's the proposal, I keep emphasizing that we will, on a case-by-case basis, look at particular areas. I don't know what those particular areas would be. Maybe they're metro stations. But I know there are a number of metro stations where the public policy has been, we don't want to see higher buildings. Cleveland Park comes to mind because it's in a historic district. But I would also point out, you know, that the vista is not just looking downtown at buildings like the White House, but it is, such as that picture, that photograph from the Frederick Douglass House, looking across the city. And what do you see when you look across the city? You see the National Cathedral. Not the National Cathedral competing with high-rise buildings in the background, buildings that are higher than what are now permitted under the Height Act. So I just have to emphasize that point. This really is this is a legacy issue, an issue that rarely comes before the Planning Commission or before any local government agency, and it's one that we should treat very carefully. I cannot support recommendation 2. Again, I reiterate the point. District government is not together on this issue. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dixon. Mr. Chairman, I guess I've come to this very torn because, first of all, I guess I'm both a former public official and whatever that means, and I'm also kind of a scientist and economist. And I want to make it clear to you that my feeling is that the mayor and the planning office has developed. They've done a lot of I think, they've created quite a conversation. They've collected information that they maybe arguably in terms of its strength, but they're trying to give maybe a projection as to what they feel and what they think is needed as executive branches should do and can do. But I think, quite honestly, that you got to have the community behind you in this effort. I've asked on a number of occasions to a number of people whether this has been fully vetted. Vetting means not just put out in front of people, but gathered support. And I think that it's clear that that's not the case. And I'm concerned that we need to, I think we're going to revisit this again. I don't think this is the last. I think in the future, we may not be around, but this may have to be looked at. But I think it's not timely now. And I think that that there's no way you can just fly in the face of those many, many voices across the community that we've heard that do not support this, have concerns about this. And it's also difficult for me to not listen to the chairman of the council, the former chair, who has thought and eloquently presented his view, and he and I have spoken before. I also had a conversation with the mayor about this. And I think that I shared with him, I thought that his Office of Planning has been doing a lot of work, and it's meaningful work. I think it's visionary and thoughtful. I'm not trying to just stroke them, but I know they want results and votes, but not conversation. But I just think that no matter what you do with this, it's not a good move for us now. I also want to say to the public, look, HIDAC is not us. It's the Congress. And that's what makes it hard for me a little. Whenever I see a chance to erode the congressional control by a city, I really want to kind of get on board. But, you know, you got to know when to get on board. And this is not gonna do it. I also want to blow aside these conspiracy theories about some developers out here behind the scenes. That's absurd. First of all, there's nobody needing anything from these conspirators. I was advised that the chair of this committee is a wealthy, wealthy man. I think he'll run his own efforts if he needs to, even though I may not agree with all he comes up with. Secondly, I think that the conspiracy, if the Congress really wanted to do this because of developers, guess what? We are irrelevant in the process. We may be able to take a stand, which we think is correct and visionary, but whatever we do today, if the Congress, and we've seen this before on commemorative sites and everything else, they will come in and say, thank you very much. We like paragraph 2 of what you said and did. We like D and C, but we don't like A and B. And they can do that. So whatever we send up can be used in many ways. But this is not the time to try to press home rule in a philosophical manner, but to try to listen to the citizens and build up support if this is needed in the distant future for my great grandchildren, and do that, but not now. So I'm going to have to support my colleague, Mr. May's amendment to strike this. It's troublesome to me because we've been talking a lot, planning in office and with others, but just I'm not feeling it, and I just can't. I can't do that.
Mr. Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first thank the public for all of your engagement and your commitment to the city and your passion on this issue. Let me also thank the NCPC staff, for all of your work, very thoughtful work on this issue, as well as in collaboration with the Office of Planning and throughout this year-long effort, over-year-long effort to examine this issue in response to a once in 100 years congressional request to look at a 100-year-old law. I mean, that's how we got here. And I think I can associate myself with almost all of the virtues that Commissioner May and Councilmember Mendelson and many of the public and the NCPC staff, the EDR, talk about the virtues of and benefits that height restrictions have brought to this city, making it iconic, unique, and special for everybody, residents and visitors who work here. But what troubles me is that it's just the lack of trust. I guess I do associate one speaker I fully agreed with, and that was Mr. Sobelson, who talked about the trust issue. We don't trust ourselves. We don't trust ourselves, the NCPC, and we don't trust ourselves as a district government. We're saying we don't trust ourselves to put into our federal and local planning process the restrictions and exceptions to those restrictions that are being asked to be looked for, called for here. We think 535 people up on the hill because it's work. We think that's the way we should go. When we have evidence, people disagree, but we have evidence that the comprehensive plan and zoning process has worked for the last, comprehensive plan for the last 30 years, and for the zoning process for the last 50-plus years, because the comprehensive plan heights are lower than the Height Act heights, and zoning is even lower than the comp plan. And that would continue. But we don't trust ourselves. And just, I have a lot of, had a lot of experience being the council's staff person in charge of recommending to the council chairman, previous council chairman, comprehensive plan recommendations that have been sent over by the mayor and organizing the whole public hearing process. And I can say on the issue of the NCPC review of district elements, in the four, I think it's four, it may be five, the four comprehensive plan amendment cycles that I dealt with, every time NCPC either did a line item veto or signaled that it was going to do a line item veto, and in each case, the council amended the plan to address the NCPC concern, which NCPC later had to certify. Because the federal law says, which we're not calling for any change in, that comp plan provision about which NCPC has found a negative federal interest impact shall not be implemented. So if this body finds that 135-foot height somewhere called for in the comprehensive plan, or 140-foot height, because there would be maximums, there wouldn't be no limits at all. Why would we do that now? Right now, the comp plan has limits. Even though we knew that there's a comp plan, even though we knew that there was a Height Act issues on top of that. So anyway, I guess I trusted a process that I've been intimately involved with. Local federal processes, I think they provide sufficient protections. I was prepared to support the EDR as recommended by the executive director's recommendation that was put before us, and I'm tempted to move a substitute motion that would put the that would move the EDR as presented, as circulated to us, and as presented to us. And so maybe I'll just go ahead and move a substitute motion to that effect to put the EDR. But either way, we're going to have a vote on the issue, because then maybe you want to move to strike. I don't know what's the best, most efficient way to get there is, but I just wanted to indicate that I do support all of the work that went into this product, which I think is a very thoughtful product. I don't know if the staff has any advice on the correct, on the most efficient. We need to deal with the issue of recommendation number 2, which there's a division on the commission. There's a division among the district representatives, as pointed out by the two previous speakers.
Can we do substance first and process second?
Yeah, in order to make this clear.
Right? I mean, let's get to substantive stuff and
In order to make
figure
this,
out where we are.
in order to make this cleaner and parliamentary clean, the motion that was made was kind of twofold. It was moving the EDR with number 2 removed. So might I ask Mr. May to withdraw his motion, and then we will put the EDR on the table by itself.
Yes.
And then I'll let you do your motion again. That way, any subsequent vote would just be up or down on
Maybe another
on the motion, on the amendment. Or the other way is, given that where we are right now with this twofold motion, if there's a substitute motion, it would be to simply put number 2 back in.
Mr. Chairman.
If I may suggest, there's a slight difference, but the motion was EDR without recommendation 2. It's more to move to put recommendation 2 back in, and then that's addressed straight up.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
I think that's a very helpful suggestion.
Jim, proceed. I just want to make it clear that I would, consistent with this discussion, I would want to strike the provision that allows for penthouses. Because how can we argue that we want to stick with a height because of whatever dynamics bring us to that point, but yet not speak to whether I'm successful or not, speak to the penthouse position.
Well,
So
let's
so
not make
make
it more
that-
complicated.
Well,
Let's
maybe
do that one
maybe
next.
I'm handling it more complicated than you can, but I'm saying, in the end, I wanna let you know that given our position, we gotta deal with that issue also, at least I feel we do.
Yeah, let's,
Can I move to?
well, there's, do your substitute.
So, I would move to restore recommendation number 2 to the EDR.
So
now we can have a discussion about that.
So now the substitute motion on the floor is to put number 2, recommendation number 2 back in. That's for discussion, Mr. Gunning.
Thank you. I really do appreciate all the comments that we heard today, and I would agree with much of the substance that a lot of people had to say. I don't, what I want to emphasize is that that is not what this vote today is really about. We talked about capital cities and how important and unique our capital city is. It's unique in another very important way. We are the only citizens in the free world of a capital city that doesn't have representation in the Congress. We do not vote on matters that affect us. And we have been given precious few opportunities over the years to claw back any of our autonomy, any of our self-governance. Virtually no member of Congress has ever asked us about how well any law that has been passed concerning us serves our city in the future. This is a rare occasion, Rob. Commissioner Miller called it a 100-year occasion. That's about right. We may never be asked by the Congress again. I don't know any reason why that would be. Well, you know what? This is the thing. We could have exactly the same outcome as the majority of the people here suggest, that if it comes out of our local process, if the council did with our next comp plan what Chairman Mendelson led today, I would be delighted with that outcome because it would be our outcome. We would have decided that. That is terrific. What I don't understand is why we would leave it to congressmen who are all too often indifferent, in the future may never even entertain any interest in advancing our issues of home rule. Would a future Congress care if long-term residents couldn't afford to live in the city anymore? Would they care if your kids couldn't find a place that they could afford to live? Would they care if teachers, if grocery clerks, if home health care aides couldn't afford to live in the district? I don't think they would care, but we care. And we can decide to do something about it. What I heard today was not just that you don't want to change the Hyde Act. I really heard a lot of people say something that I really understand. I don't want any changes. I don't like the changes that are coming in my neighborhood. A lot of people weren't talking about 130 feet. They were talking about 2 stories in their neighborhood, 3 stories and 4 stories, and how that might change the character of their neighborhood. That's a great conversation for us to have. Our comp plan now, currently, protects our single-family, low-density residential neighborhoods. It designates very few parts of the city for high-density growth. That's a decision that the citizens of the city made. And that if we want to change that decision in the future, I suppose we can. But that's the conversation that we have to have. I mean, people have talked about not making the case. No one has said we are out of land today. This Hyde Act has served us for 100 years. We're talking about the next 100 years. Is there really anybody here who believes that we're not going to see any more growth? That we're not going to see any pressure on our landlocked city? I mean, it may not be tomorrow. It may not be for 10 or 20 years. But when we need to have an ability to have more flexibility, which we will decide, we may never get the attention of a future Congress to be interested in that, to be even remotely interested in giving us that opportunity. Commissioner Miller made the point that the veto power that the NCPC has is absolute. we cannot implement a provision of the comp plan that's been vetoed. If our council, a future council, has issues with how we grow, whether it's height or whether it's changes in neighborhoods, they can stop that cold just by a vote, and it doesn't have to be unanimous. They just can fail to pass the comprehensive plan. But that is our decision. And I trust all of you, every one of you, more than I trust some future Congress who has no stake whatsoever in our city. And that is the vote that is in front of us today. Whether we have the opportunity to make choices about our future and the future of our children. And yes, as some witnesses have said, we love our historic city. We love its horizontality. We love everything about it. And we would love for everybody who wants to be able to live in the city and stay in the city to be able to do that. And that means, in selective instances, whether it's budget autonomy or whether it's future decisions on the height of buildings, we want those decisions to be in the control of our citizens. We trust you more. Thank you.
Not home rule.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Miller.
if I may just speak to that last point, because this is an issue that I've struggled with, and of course the council and I support home rule for the District of Columbia. But home rule is about congressional representation. It's about adopting our laws without legislative review. Members may not realize this, but every law that passes the Council of the District of Columbia goes out to Congress for a 30-day review or a 60-day review. Home rule is about not having to go to Congress for our legislative, to pass our laws. It's about being able to adopt our own budget. It's also about representing our citizens, or being representative of our citizens. But if you think about, think of the states, because I'm very much a supporter of statehood. But think about all the states. On issue after issue, there's shared governance. So I've been sitting here, I've been thinking, New York City, of course, values home rule. Of course, home rule within New York City is within the state of New York. But the Statue of Liberty is very important to New York City. They share governance over that. They don't have, New York City doesn't have exclusive control over that. Or the Grand Canyon, another icon in America. You look at state after state, and there are important issues with which there is shared governance. It's not all in one jurisdiction. I think of the Hyde Act as being, in a sense, like part of our Constitution. It's something that is very hard for us to touch and change. And that's a good thing. And it should be that way. Because as I said before, the limitation on heights is a part of what is sort of the triumvirate, the Lafayette Plan, the Macmillan Plan, the Hyde Act, the triumvirate of what makes the Washington, D.C. Unique in the nation's capital. And so it should be hard to touch. And so I don't have a problem with the shared governance over land use in the way that it has been constructed. And it's wrong to say that this is a home rule issue. Again, home rule is about our having congressional representation. Home rule is about the Council of the District of Columbia being able to adopt its laws without having to wait 6 months, 8 months. Barrington, you know how long it sometimes takes for this congressional review where Congress does nothing. It's about adopting our own budget. The other thing is, the point's been made, Mr. Goni made the point, we may never again have a chance to revisit this. The Hyde Act's been revisited over and over again. I brought the 1971 study of heights that the Zoning Commission adopted, which discusses the 1956 Lewis Plan analysis of the Hyde Act with recommendations whether they're changing, and discusses NCPC in the 1960s, looking at the Hyde Act. This is an issue that's been visited and revisited in the past and will be revisited in the future. Today is not
Talking about to amend the law today to allow for targeted exceptions. That is not, I think, perhaps correctly worded. They will not be putting recommendations regarding heights in the act at this time. They would be amending it to describe the process by which ultimately new heights would be included in the act.
I think you're just confused things unnecessarily. I mean, the reality is that recommendation 2 would amend the Hyde Act. That's what it would do today. And what it would do is, through this planning process to follow the amendment, the heights could change. And I believe there's no limitation. So that means that essentially the Height Act with regard to outside the Lockland City would no longer have a height limit. The height limit would be that which could change according to a process that involves a comprehensive plan.
I think we're saying the same thing. You're making the amendment, but you are not making the amendment with recommended heights.
Correct.
You are making the amendment to prescribe the process by which the recommended heights would be
So it could be any height, which
Yes,
is
it
not my
could.
point, but it could be any height.
It could.
And it's an amendment today of the comprehensive plan. Excuse me,
No,
Height Act.
no,
An
of the
amendment
Height
today
Act.
of the Height Act.
Height Act.
I misspoke, Height Act.
And to specify, the language says should remain in place unless and until. So there's requirements that are levied on the city as well as the commission that has to go in place before. While the language on 13 is somewhat unfortunate, it talks about today, I don't think that means today. We don't have the authority to change the act today.
Well, additional comment before we have Mr. Gunning, did you have a follow-up, or Ms. White?
I'll follow this.
Ms. White, and then Mr. Gunning, and then we should vote.
Well, I just wanted to share some thoughts since I spoke out early on about the importance and the weight of this decision. And I know everyone has thought long and hard, and I give the staff a lot of credit for trying to figure this out. And there is no perfect process. And I wonder, and particularly after listening to all of the eloquent testimony today, when would we be ready to make a decision like this? And how do we lay out a process, and who should decide? I mean, that's what I've been thinking about since our last meeting. And I agree that the language about amending the law today reads as though the assumption is that the height should change. But I think that what we're struggling with is what is a good planning process? And Commissioner Hart, I agree with your comment about who makes this decision, and Congress setting aside that right for themselves to make the decision. We were recommending, I don't know, maybe this, Ann, tell me if I'm wording this too strongly, but a delegation, if you will, to the National Capital Planning Commission to make recommendations to Congress to take a look at whether height should be changed outside the Lockland City. I mean, the charge we were given to do this in a year, I'm sure to Congress seems like a very short period of time, but clearly with the amount of public process that needs to go into this type of work, a year is no amount of time at all.
I wouldn't say it's a delegation per se, but I understand the concept that you're trying to
That's
pose.
why I think the
But
word
it's
is too
not
strong.
just to the NCPC. It's giving to the city and NCPC the responsibility that they currently have under law. I mean, it's not a new responsibility as the process.
So, and that's very helpful, because I want to make sure, since we're struggling with these words, to be clear. So what I thought was that the staff had tried to find an avenue where we could make appropriate determinations through the comp plan, and that the comp plan would provide the rigor that's needed to support any decisions to change the act. I thought that it would safeguard the national or federal interest. It retains the authority of Congress because the federal comp plan goes to Congress. But that what the intention was to provide a context for an informed decision, and that there's a public process through the comp plan to vet those decisions, right? And I'm just trying to understand the reasoning behind this change from what NCPC had originally proposed, and that was, again, in light of the districts, working through some of those issues still. So the impact on the NCPC to focus on specifics for height within the federal comp plan raises to me a question of resources, and do we have the resources to do that? Lucy talked a little bit about that during the presentation. And the public rightfully is asking for more targeted and detailed work to be done. I think the federal comp plan could be the avenue to do that type of work. But I have 2 points, and I'm trying to get my logic in order here, because I have a lot to take in from the testimony today. So I have a question of staff about the comments we received from the National Trust for Historic Preservation, so I can understand the process. And then to ask Commissioner May if he would be open to a couple of questions about removing number 2. So the question I have for staff, on the 3rd page of our written testimony from the National Trust, there's a question raised about the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation, raising a key question as to whether the authorization of exceptions to the Hyde Act by NCPC through the comprehensive plan process would constitute an undertaking as defined in section 106 of the Historic Preservation Act. And I raise this almost rhetorically because I don't think it's fair to put you on the spot to answer this question on the fly. But what it says to me is, again, we may need a little more time to answer these questions in a way that will inform our decision about our recommendation to Congress. Unless you have an answer that is not.
We received an identical comment from the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation, but the way it was couched by the ACHP was they asked us to come and talk with them. And we just got this comment late last night. We've done some preliminary look-see real quick. There is a court case that I've not had time to review today, but it's an issue that we have to look into and discuss at a minimum with the ACHP to determine whether 106 applies.
So given that,
Can you repeat that, what was, what part of it, the question is, what part of it constitutes a federal undertaking?
Whether the authorization, it says, whether the authorization of exceptions to the Hyde Act by NCPC through the comprehensive plan process would constitute an undertaking as defined in section 106. So I think the question is, if we make the recommendation to consider changes to the Hyde Act through the federal comp plan,
Does that change then have to,
Exactly.
then does it trigger 106?
The question is that an undertaking?
Yeah.
Right.
So it seems to me, I feel a lot of pressure to make a decision within the time frame that Congressman Issa gave. That's what I'm feeling today, and I'm wondering, is that, as you said, no bad time for a good decision? Do we need to do a little bit more?
I just have a question. So is the input, are we to infer that the undertaking, that the undertaking that they're talking about is the l'enfant, I mean, that the adverse effect that might be had is on the l'enfant plan?
We don't have enough information. As I said, we just got this comment yesterday. I think what they're asking is for us to consider whether the commission's review of the district elements of the comprehensive plan to determine presence or lack thereof of an adverse impact is a federal undertaking within the terms of the National Historic Preservation Act and the regulations. That's the question that they're all asking. All it would do is, if the answer is yes, is that before we can review and make a final decision on the district elements of the comp plan, we will have to undertake the 106 process to determine whether or not there is an adverse impact on historic resources. If the answer is not an undertaking, we wouldn't do that.
But that's, I guess I'm confused. It says if NCPC's authorization of exceptions does constitute a federal undertaking, then the agency would need to comply with the requirements of section 106 prior to approving the proposed approach. That's what's tripping me up.
Not this proposed approach today, but the proposed amendments to the district elements of the comp plan.
That's what I was trying to get to.
Okay.
I was trying to get through all
Okay,
those steps.
sorry.
No, it's my lack of understanding of the comp plan and the comment, and also the lack of time to process something that I've
Sure.
just gotten today.
Understood.
And to me, the process is just as important as the decision to change the Hyde Act. so I'm concerned about the lack of time people have had to digest our proposal. So that's my discomfort. Not that the staff wasn't thoughtful in trying to figure out a way that would allow for a thoughtful planning approach to get to those decisions.
Mr. Chairman? If we're gonna vote, and I don't know if we are gonna be voting on my amendment to restore recommendation number 2, if the staff has a slide that shows recommendation number 2 in bold, the compartments in bold on page 10, I think it would be helpful to have that language in front of us to sort of characterize it. Yes. It's the top of page 10 in bold, with the number 2 in front of it.
Yeah, this is,
I don't know if you have that.
all right, this is roughly that. We understand it, we're trying to really unpack sort of what the process would be under part 2, and so we separated it here. But it's the same idea.
Okay, so you don't have.
I thought it would read a little easier on the PowerPoint if it weren't just one fat paragraph.
Well, I'd like to just at least read into the record what I thought my amendment was restoring, just so with the interest of clarity, because people think that no heights will be in effect, no height limits will be in effect until at different times, and this is I think it's very clear, and some of that is captured there, but I'm not sure it's as clear. On top of page 10, it reads, number 2, the following recommendation is proposed only for areas outside of Long Pond City. The purpose of this recommendation is to balance the long-term potential growth needs of the city with the importance of protecting the integrity of the form and character of the nation's capital, including federal interests in local communities. The limits currently established in the Federal Height Act should remain in place unless and until the district completes and updates the district elements of the comprehensive plan for targeted areas that meet specific planning goals and also do not impact federal interests that are identified. Under this recommendation, building heights in targeted areas may be proposed to exceed the maximum under the federal law, and these may be authorized through the existing comprehensive plan process pending congressional approval. Should such targeted exceptions be authorized through the comprehensive plan, the Height Act would remain in place for all other areas, both inside and outside of Long Pond City. To me, that's clear that the Height Act remains in place for all areas inside and outside of Long Pond City until we engage in this joint, collaborative, shared governance, shared governance planning process that we have in the city. So that's one I would make.
I think you're trying to put a spin on it, and it's different. It amends the Height Act today. It doesn't amend the Height Act tomorrow, it amends it today. And what it does is it permits following planning. The Height Act is amended before the planning, and then following planning in the comprehensive plan process. If there's a change in the height, that height could occur it doesn't say anything. So, until there's a comprehensive plan amendment, well, let's just say that the NCPC adopts this, it goes up to the Hill. Congress, of course, acts very quickly on this, as they do on all measures, and so they amend the Height Act tomorrow. The comprehensive plan is revised. The comprehensive plan says, I'm just going to pick a neighborhood, Deanwood, Minnesota Avenue, that we're going to have 20-story buildings. That's what the comprehensive plan said, and that going through the comprehensive plan process, then their 20-story buildings are permitted on Minnesota Avenue. There's no further action by Congress, and that would be consistent with this and the amendment to the Height Act, because the Height Act would only apply, the Height Act applies except where there's been a change pursuant to the comprehensive plan process. Did I get any part of that wrong?
I don't think
so.
I think it gave short shrift to the comprehensive planning process, including the public engagement and the fact that Johnny Rice and others would give us help if we went 20 stories anywhere in the city. They give us help for those 7 stories. So I don't think we would do that.
Except, Mr. Miller, as you know, because you and I we've lived through comprehensive plan amendments since 1986. And as you know, at second reading on the comprehensive plan bill,
it's not unknown that a member will come in with an amendment to, let's say, 16th and I, or let's say, I believe it was the boundary for the central business district, that was Mr. Brazil's amendment back in, I think it was 2000. There is the possibility in the comprehensive plan, a process before the council, an amendment that comes in on second reading.
Which would be reviewed by this body.
Yes, which would be reviewed by this body.
By this body.
Yes, it would be reviewed by this body.
And if the issue is that there are federal interests that we need to protect, right, which is the whole reason there's ostensibly a federal HIDEC to begin with, you know, this gives a lot of importance and emphasis to the work of the National Capital Planning Commission, who until recently didn't even have a draft urban design element for the federal part of the comprehensive plan. So there is a lot of work to be done at NCPC and in the city, and if we don't have an agreement, then that unless and until part, it never happens. It never happens. The practical effect of this federal change is to have no effect unless we can get agreement, both enough to get something passed in the council, enough to get support from the citizens, enough to get the National Capital Planning Commission to vote, to identify their own elements of the federal, their own urban design aspects of the federal element of the comprehensive plan of the District of Columbia, and to not object on behalf of a federal interest in any comp plan amendment that we should make.
And, okay, so I'm glad you brought that up, because as the chair of the Urban Design Task Force, we struggled to define in an urban design context what federal interest is. And I don't, it's still in draft form. I haven't heard a good argument yet, and I know, you know, we like to kick the can down the road in the government, and I'm not a big fan of that either. I would like to consider the possibility that at a date certain, when we can actually think through, this advisory council thing is news to me. I didn't read it that carefully, my bad. And I was an expert member on the advisory council in the 90s, and I don't know what to make of that. I need a good lawyer to tell me whether or not that's even remotely credible. It sounds like so much poppycock to me, but I don't, that's because I can't figure out the undertaking. Do we need to think about exceptions to the Height Act as an undertaking? Wow, I hadn't even considered that. That's a case in point of where I don't understand why we can't legitimately go back to the congressman and say, we need more time. We've heard more than a few witnesses say, we feel like this was, you know, hurried, and the public meetings were, by necessity, in defense of the process, the public meetings were held during the summer because the pedal was on the metal from, you know, the metal, what am I trying to say? You know what I'm saying. We were rushed. And I'm feeling rushed again right now because there are too many layers of this thing. You know, I too, yes, we've studied it along many times, and we will study it many times again. But it is a conversation that actually has been entertained and participated in by a lot of very thoughtful people. But we haven't had enough time to give an answer that really, let's just say we don't have a chance to be asked this question again for a while. What is wrong with saying we need until March 1st to investigate some of the layers of this question?
Well, that's not what's before us right now.
Mr. Chairman, in order to...
I'm trying to get it before us, and not a process question, but a substance question. Does anyone feel completely and utterly equipped to say yay or nay right this second forever and for always?
So,
I don't.
Mr. May?
yeah, I was gonna just suggest that we vote on Mr. Miller's motion for the moment, so that we have a clear sense of where we're going, and then I would have some suggestions on a modified motion, even further modified motion based on some of the comments that we heard from the audience today and some of the discussion.
In support of that proposal, I think it'd be appropriate to bring that particular motion to a vote. Again, going back to the language, it appears that there's multiple tripwires, there's some safeguards in place with the language that's been drafted and reviewed by General Counsel. It appears that, well, there still continues to be conflict. I'd like to ask a couple of quick questions. Could council advise us on what weight we should give the city council's proposed resolution?
But it's not a resolution,
It's a proposed resolution. Should just
I think you can
consider it
give
with the same weight as the public testimony?
You can give whatever weight you feel is appropriate.
Last word is Mr. Goney.
So I was just going to suggest that let's look back in time to when the district first passed a law that required a comprehensive plan. When the district, you know, when we had a requirement for the district to do a comprehensive plan, we didn't know what the plan would say. We didn't know what it would provide, but we knew that it was important that we have a plan that guide our city's actions, right? So I don't see this as any different. If it takes us 10 years of constant work to figure out, you know, what is the right way to protect the federal interest, what are the federal elements, what are the important aspects of urban design, so be it. I don't feel rushed in that sense. What I do feel is that we did get a request from Chairman Issa, whose deadline from his perspective wasn't arbitrary because of his own time frame in Congress. So nothing else about this and when this happens is going to be determined by outside parties. It'll be determined by the commission. It'll be determined by the citizens of the District of Columbia. It'll be determined by the council of the District of Columbia. And I repeat again that I have ultimate faith in those bodies to help us figure out where and how we should grow in the future. And I would be happy to call the vote on Commissioner Miller's amendment.
Question's been called. The motion before us is the substitute motion for Mr. Miller to restore recommendation number 2. A yes vote is for the recommendation, and no vote is against the recommendation. All in favor of restoring recommendation number 2, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I have a process question.
We're in the middle of a vote. We're in the middle of a vote.
I don't understand the vote. If
How could it have been any clearer?
Okay, well, I'm just a slow learner. If it is restored, does that mean we have another opportunity to vote on the amendment? Fine, okay.
There have been 5 votes in favor of restoring.
Yes.
All those in favor of restoring the recommendation number 2, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those opposed to restoring recommendation number 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. The substitute motion passes 6 to 4.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. May.
I'd like to make a new motion.
Mr. May.
I would like to move that we strike amendment number 2, recommendation number 2, and we substitute conclusion number 2 from the EDR that was considered by this commission on September 12th. And we'll strike one sentence or one portion of that. So
Do we have that in front of us?
not, but I can read it for you. Okay, so it says, there may be some opportunities for strategic change in the areas outside of the L'Enfant City and beyond the edge of the topographic fold where there is less concentration of federal interests. However, additional study is required to understand where strategic changes of the Height Act could impact federal interests within this area. Pretty straightforward, and it's fairly consistent with some of the testimony that we heard.
Do we have
Yeah, I'm
that?
trying to, here it is.
I have more than one modification.
Okay.
Okay, so you can talk, you want me to try to get it on the screen?
Let's try to get it on the screen, just clarity.
Okay, so So.
Would you be willing to add that to recommendation number 2 as opposed to
No,
substituting?
let me finish my recommendations. I would amend final recommendation number 1 to delete the first 2 lines almost entirely. So the parentheses would be removed. Go ahead. Page 3. Final recommendation. Number 1. So delete the first sentence in italics, and delete up until the word "to," so that it will read, "To protect the integrity and form and character of the nation's capital, the Federal Height Act should remain in place and no changes should be made to the formula or approach for calculating allowable building height." So what that does is essentially cover the issue of making sure that the law is clear that the Height Act would apply to the entirety of the city. Again, outside of L'Enfant City, there's an opportunity for further study as in my substitute recommendation number 2. Then finally, recommendation number 3. These sellable. Let me just get this one out there, okay? Sorry, I lost my page.
Page 14?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, not 3. I'm actually going number 4, which is on page 16. But the important language is in on page 17 as part of the discussion. This is where it got a little confusing for me because I'm not sure what's the recommendation and what's the discussion. But there are 3 bullet points. One says impose an absolute 20-foot maximum height for penthouse structures above the level of the roof. We heard a concern today that 20 feet opens the door for 2-level structures. Frankly, 18.6 opens the door for 2-level structures. I would suggest, and actually since the 20-foot was my suggestion initially, that it came with a second requirement, which is a single story. So impose an absolute 20-foot maximum height and 1 story for penthouse structures above the level of the roof. This is consistent with what the zoning commission is considering now in the zoning regulation rewrite. We've heard substantial testimony there that 20 feet is more practical for penthouses, and I do not think that minimal increase is a change. Now, the commission may choose to actually back down to 18.6. I would have no objection to that, but consistent.
Okay, for the public's sake, and for mine, I think we need to go through these again. Mr. Gunning, do you have
I just have a suggestion. I think that the recommendation to number 4, I think should be made separately, because I think they would go with either motion, and I would support your recommendation maybe with 1 change.
Okay, what is that?
I would, in that first bullet, the overall recommendation is allowing human occupancy, so I would change the second bullet that would just say support human occupancy in roof structures in that second bullet. And I support your amendment to restrict the 20-foot maximum to 1 story.
No, I really appreciate the emphasis on communal recreation space on rooftops. I don't look at this as an opportunity for people to get penthouses. Penthouse spaces for private use, it's more about the community rooms that would actually benefit the residents of those buildings. So I do not support that more generic treatment.
So there have been a number of changes recommended. Mr. May, let's take them 1 by 1.
Yes.
Now, before I heard them as a whole, let's go through 1 by 1 just to make sure we're clear.
So
the council can pipe up any time, but Mr. May.
So I'll do them in recommendation number order.
Okay.
Number 1, final recommendation will now read to protect the integrity and of the form and character of the nation's capital. The Federal Height Act should remain in place, and no changes should be made to the formula or approach for calculating allowable building height.
So what's on the screen Oh, it's the same thing that we have here. No.
No,
It's
this
still-
is,
It hasn't been deleted.
Right.
It's the same thing.
I'm not that fast.
Can you highlight just what he's taking out, just in yellow or something?
Okay, forgive me, Peter, would you say again what I should highlight?
So from the word to protect, so at the end of the second line,
Got it.
so delete all of that up to the word to.
Okay.
So what is highlighted is proposed to be deleted.
Correct.
Everyone understand what's highlighted is proposed to be deleted?
As part of his motion, the recommendation number 2, which is currently part
Yes.
of the motion, is.
I would, again, my very first thing I said was that I'm just moving that we delete recommendation number 2 and we substitute something else. And the substitution, do you have that older report?
Yes, Julia has copies.
I think it's important for also for us to look at recommendation 2, because they're absolutely inextricably.
Yep. Let's try to, sorry, we can't get
Can you
more
bring up
on the
the
screen.
screen?
but-
Sorry, we're, Julia's passing. I don't have it on.
Yeah, essentially this, what changing this does is
That's
make,
the changes we've got.
is state that the Hyde Act would remain in effect in the entire city.
Yeah, just take it.
Just so that there's clarity. So, almost all the way there. So as I propose altering recommendation number 2, I'm sorry, deleting the current recommendation 2 and substitute the conclusion number 2 from the EDR of September 12th, page 13, number 2. And so the first sentence, there may be some opportunities for strategic change in areas outside the L'Enfant City and beyond the edge of the topographic bulb where there is less concentration of federal interests. However, and then we strike the following words, strike up until the word additional study. So it would read, however, additional study is required to understand whether strategic changes to the Hyde Act would impact federal interests within this area. Essentially recommending further study of areas outside the L'Enfant City, which is where NCPC was in September.
Okay, everybody understand that?
And this would not preclude the district from updating their elements, nor the NCPC from updating the federal elements of the comprehensive plan, so there's more of a and synchronization.
It basically acknowledges the need for further study. And then the third change, once again.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
It acknowledges, but just leaves it there like boom, boom.
That's true.
Okay, yeah, and so, you know,
I'd be open to some
atmosphere
enhancement.
of the sun needs further study too. But what are we gonna do about that?
You know, if you have a suggestion of something alternative, I'd be happy to listen to it, but let me finish the
Okay.
third one, all right? Okay, so modifying the discussion portion of recommendation number 4, page 17. Wait till it's up on the screen. Keep going.
There should be a faster, sorry. Thank you, Dr. Okay. Got
Okay,
it.
so there are 3 bullet points.
Yep.
And on the third bullet point where it says impose an absolute 20-foot maximum height for penthouse structures, I would insert after height an absolute and a limitation of 1 story. So add the words and a limitation of 1 story.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
After the word maximum height, insert the words and a limitation of 1 story.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Wright alluded to this. I would just say respectfully that this is not any different than what we could have been doing all along, which is studying 150-foot buildings, 190-foot buildings. There could already be a federal element of the comp plan that talks about the federal interest, but there was no reason to do it because there was never a thought that the federal government would act to change the law. And with all due respect to Commissioner May's amendment, I feel like it's exactly that effort. We can do it. I don't know why we would, since we have no assurance, no likelihood, very little hope that a future Congress would act on such a thing. Thank you.
I understand the concern. I think I actually made this as a motion.
Yes.
You did, but there has not been a second. And actually, your motion involves all three, but there's not been a second.
I think. I just heard one.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded, all three in a block. Is there any more discussion on either one or all? Hearing none. All in. Ms. White.
I have a question, maybe it's not discussion. And maybe we have to vote first, so tell me if I'm out of procedure here, but I'm, sorry?
Go ahead.
No, am I out of
No,
order?
no.
Oh, okay. Because I was struggling, Peter, with what you were struggling with, and I'm looking at page 13, which is not the bolded recommendation, but the paragraph that got the most attention today, that NCPC recommends that Congress amend the law today to allow for targeted exceptions. So I was struggling with getting to Commissioner Trigone's question. Do we want to take it a step further and at least make a recommendation for this thorough analysis of whether Hyde Act changes are needed outside the L'Enfant City? I mean, we can say we can study it, but do we?
Well, I think the notion of doing something a little bit more explicit may be worth considering. But at this moment, given the information that we have in front of us, I would still want to recommend that we simply recommend further changes. I don't know what the time frame is for sending the report to the Congress, but if, at the December meeting, we want to consider a more robust number two, that might be a way to go, but I think for right now, based on what we have in front of us, the only thing I can say is that this needs further study.
I mean, that was exactly the thought I had in my mind. What, if we understood the time frame, is there a way to have these sit as the recommendation and we can?
I would prefer to have a vote today.
Yeah, I'm saying, and then,
Just as a point of information, the committee had suggested that they would hold, the Congressional Committee, Chairman License Committee, had suggested that they would hold a hearing the first week of December. So our report, or whatever we had completed to date, would have to be at least sentiment, in terms of any recommendations we might have by that time. So if this is going to be the recommendation, this is going to be the recommendation. I doubt if we should have more time to debate it at the next meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to think Peter's suggestion sounds very, 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 very useful. And, but I think it also gives the public a chance to know if we react today, they'll have a chance to react to this too. And I think hopefully it'll be supported, but at least we'll know. And if we have to make any suggested add-ons, maybe we just present them at the hearing as for our testimony that there has been further review and we want to add this language, but we may or may not do that.
Ms. Wright and then Mr. Miller.
Is there any impulse to entertain the notion of marking a date certain when we would conclude a further study and make recommendations for two specific things? One, the criteria by which an exception would be evaluated, or outline a process, because I'm hearing a great deal of discomfort in the comp plan, the process that exists. So is there any impulse among the commission members to look at the possibility of outlining a process that does not currently exist for entertaining considering exceptions to the Height Act, identifying criteria by which an exception would be evaluated, and outlining the process through which the public would be engaged in this process.
I think one of the things that troubled me about this from the beginning is this notion that we're, even by suggesting this, we're making an assumption that the Height Act needs to be amended in these areas. And I'm just not convinced that that's the case. Certainly, you can't hear the testimony over tonight and say that it has to be done now. This is why I think the suggestion that further study is appropriate is the right answer for right now. And if you want to say that March 1st, we'll get back to you about what the results of that study will be. It may not be what the chairman wants to hear, but I think that I just would not want to report back that we're going to develop a process for how it gets amended in the future, because that assumes that it has to be amended. We don't know that yet because we haven't done the study.
I'm not saying that, no, I'm not saying that. If it were to be the case that an exception would, if there were a case made, brought, and that had a, for lack of another word, that presented a sound business case, and by that I mean economic development, that was transit proximate, that protected viewsheds, that, that met a lot of the criteria that I think we could all probably list. I don't know that saying that we would look at that as a possibility necessarily means that we're saying, yes, we'll amend the Height Act. But my discomfort is with the fact that we haven't, again, this is a nuanced conversation. It's not yes or no in my mind. There are gradations. I could imagine a place and a time when an exception could and should be entertained. But at that time, if there's no process that's ever been imagined to entertain an exception, then that exception probably has no chance at all. And I don't know that that is good urban policy either, to be completely and utterly unprepared, as though we never went through this process and we never thought, oh, well, should one day the occasion arise that we might want to consider an exception, we have no mechanism, and we haven't imagined that process or the criteria that would.
Well, I'm just not, I'm concerned that again, we create an expectation that what we're going to get, what we're going to deliver in several months is a process for how we go about changing the Height Act when the case hasn't actually changed. The notion that we might be more specific in the proposal or in the recommendation number 2 to say something like, it's clear from the input that we've received that the comprehensive plan process would be a vehicle for considering changes to height outside of the local city or something like that. I could see language like that, implying that this is going to happen at some point in the future, and that they can expect to hear more from the city if that incident plan is done, assuming that there are recommended changes in the Height Act. Whether they would or they wouldn't. I just don't see a reason to get more specific now and put ourselves on the hook for delivering something in 6 months on an assumption that there should be a change.
And Commissioner Wright, I agree completely with Commissioner May on this. I think 6 months isn't even enough time to explore these issues. We really have only been a growing city and a rapidly growing city, moderately growing since 2006, only rapidly growing since like 2009, 2008. I think that for the reasons Commissioner May said, I think the original process that the EDR lays out is the right process.
a long and bloody comprehensive planning process that engages the citizens of the entire city, that really looks very carefully at whether it's justified to make any changes at all and where. And I don't even imagine that would happen necessarily in the next comprehensive plan update. It might be years from now. It depends on what kind of, what kind of pressures we really begin to feel with respect to growth. But the longer we get away from this request by Congress to consider this, I think the less likely it is that a future Congress is going to act. That's my main concern.
Sure. I think the language of additional studies required, doesn't that give us an opportunity to develop this strategy? About the concerns about what we have to do and what we have to decide. I think that gives us that opportunity, doesn't it?
It does. Okay.
And if I could.
Ms. White, then Mr. Miller, and then I think Mr. Dixon's gonna call for a question.
I think, Arrington, I agree with you. What I was struggling with on page 13, rather than asking Congress to amend the law today to allow us to do this thorough analysis through the comp plan, would it work to say we recommend that we take this up in our next comp plan and come back by the end of that period with a recommendation on heights? I mean, it sort of speaks to what you're saying about do the planning first and make your recommendations. Because I hear you when you say, I'm not ready to say change the height act today. I don't think that's the case. But if we lay out what the process is, I think it gets to Mina's comments about outlining the process, but I don't think in 6 months we will be able to. So I'm just looking at page 13. If we recommend that we do this thorough analysis of whether or not height changes are needed outside the L'Enfant City through the comp plan and go back to Congress at that time with recommendations on whether changes need to be made or not, at least putting a date certain out there, because
Yeah, I mean, again, the discomfort I have with suggestion, with that suggestion is similar to what I'm concerned I have with this right, which is that we are making an assumption that the Height Act should be changed before we actually do the comprehensive, or at least it suggests it. So I think that's why just leaving it more open-ended, that it requires further study. We could say something like requires further study, and such study may come as a result of the next cycle of the comprehensive plan. And we have to have that language.
I'm just trying to get a little more specific on what that process is, and that.
Well, tying to the next comprehensive plan is that it's going to be part of that broader process.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what the time frame is for that, but that itself takes a long time. But it is something that the district could undertake separately, and the CPC could undertake separately. It could be done jointly again. This work could continue to build on this to see what the right process and time frame is. It doesn't have to be tied to the comp plan in terms of what this additional study is that I'm referring to. So, like I said, I would be open to the idea of amending the additional study, or amending that paragraph to say such additional study may occur in the next cycle of the comprehensive plan. And I say may occur as fine.
Yeah, I guess I'm struggling with, we don't want to wait, I mean, the question about we don't wait until we're built out, so how do we ask the question and get through that planning process? Not suppose the answer, but I don't think asking a question during the planning process supposes that will make the change. I guess that's where I'm stuck on what you're saying.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I don't know what I can say again except repeat myself.
Yeah, me too.
Mr. Miller?
I had one procedural question, and then one substantive comment. Can we vote on these separately? You said the three.
Yes.
There's the penthouse, there's the,
Modification number 1, which says no application of the formula, or no change to the Height Act.
The Height Act stays.
The Height Act stays in place across the city. Right. Changing number 2, so it's just this more brief recommendation from the earlier draft, and then the penthouse change.
Do you have an objection to if we vote on them separately?
One and two kind of go as a package. If you want to vote three separately, I can see that.
Is there a consensus to vote on 1 and 2 together and 3 separately? Does not seem to be an objection.
I would accept that friendly amendment to my motion.
No, it's just a procedural, that was my procedural comment. I appreciate you dividing it up that way, because I'd like to support it.
I'd like to lend my voice in support of Commissioner Wright's idea about the need, the importance, the value, and the benefit of establishing criteria. I see less value in trying to establish a new and different process other than what the processes are that are currently in place. Clearly, they have been effective. If you look at almost 100 people that have testified, as well as the multiple meetings and discussions that we have had, both open and closed sessions.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't get a chance to make my substitute. No, I got the procedural part out. So my concern with 1 and 2 as a substitute for the current 2 is that it does strike out a process, a very known process, both at the federal level and the district level. The federal elements are called for to be amended in that recommendation number 2, just to determine what additional restrictions may be necessary to protect parks or federal assets. And so this is a very meager alternative to that. It doesn't even put any onus on the NCPC to determine what the federal interests are. Just district, go out and study it and come back when you're ready to show us something, and maybe then we'll tell you what the federal interests are.
I have a different interpretation. It does not prohibit or prevent either the NCPC or the district from modifying their respective elements.
Right. Yep.
Go ahead. We do nothing to do that.
And I believe the executive director and the staff are highly motivated and have an intent to modify the federal elements at this time, to begin that process.
So the question on the floor is on amendments number 1 and 2. Sensing no further discussion, all in favor of amendments 1 and 2 as a block, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Can you keep your hands up so I can hear that?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7.
Those opposed? 1, 2, 3. Passes 7-3. Next question on the table is amendment, the third amendment on the penthouses. Any further question on that amendment?
The 4th amendment.
That's
amendment number 4.
As I understand this one, Mr. Chairman, it is to add the language 1 story.
Yes, limiting penthouses to a single story.
You also said that you would not be averse to continuing the current language, which is 18.6.
18 feet 6 inches is the current zoning imposed limit. Right now, under the Height Act, there is no limit whatsoever. So it's.
How did we get to 20 feet? You said you
The reason we got to
volunteered.
20 feet is that the current zoning regulation rewrite is contemplating bumping that up just a little bit in order to better accommodate some of the mechanical equipment requirements. I mean, this is an issue that has come up before the zoning commission, and we're kind of getting ahead of the zoning commission by allowing it. It may not get passed in the zoning commission. It may stay at 18.6 in the zoning commission. But it's a question of what recommendation we want to make here. I don't see a really big difference between 18.6 and 20. And if it's really going to help the functioning of the mechanical equipment and maybe allow greater area for recreational use, for example, on the top, I think it's probably a good idea. That being said, we heard a lot of people today saying that they do not support the change to 20 feet. So if somebody wants to suggest that we ratchet it back down to 18.6, I'd be open to that, and I would feel.
Except that what you picked up from the testimony, I feel like this is very technical, is a concern that would be 2 stories, 20 feet could be 2 stories.
Right. Well, but also that 20 feet is higher than 18.6. I think some people are just concerned about that.
But the 20 feet would still have to be set back 1 for 1, am I correct?
Absolutely. Yeah.
an extra provision in the Height Act, and that would not change with this recommendation.
So the last motion on the table is the penthouse one, which is the recommendation 4, it's the third series. Sensing no further discussion, all in favor of that recommendation, or that amendment, say aye or raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. Opposed? I think it's unanimous. Unanimous? Unanimous. Sensing no further amendments, do we need a vote now to send to Congress, or is that all embedded?
You have to now vote to forward this new recommendation.
So moved.
So it's been moved, and this is for the authorization to transmit the final recommendations to the U.S. House Committee on Oversight and Government. Any discussion on that motion? It's been moved and seconded. Sensing none, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
One abstain.
One abstention.
Sorry. Yep, aye.
All in favor of the motion to forward this report to Congress, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. One no. Abstention.
I'll vote no.
2 noes, 1 abstention. I'm gonna assume that was where Miller voted no.
You're on the same side. Somewhere here.
That's what confused me. And Mr. Cody abstained. Okay. Anything else? To the public, thank you very much. We are adjourned.